Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome, you beautiful faces, back to another day. We're going to be kicking off some insanely high-level competitive PUBG Mobile esports action. Today, we're kicking off the PUBG Mobile World League West Scrims, well, East Scrims, Eastern side. That's going to be a little bit, I have an issue with my left and the right, but that's completely okay. My name is Maxman, joined with Imperium for today's Scrim session. Imperium, how are you doing, my friend?
Pretty hype, pretty damn hype. Yes, it's not the actual World League Season 0, but to just get a little bit of a taste, you know, when you go to a restaurant and you get a tasting menu and you get an idea of what a restaurant's like, that's what these scrims are like to me. It's just getting a bit of a feel of how these teams are going to perform when it comes to the actual World League East. You have such teams as TSM Entity, Team Secret, the newly partnered Nova, Godlike, and many more, as well as BTR. Just so many amazing teams who work so hard to get to this point. And of course, they're going to use these games, they're going to use these scrims to learn a little bit more and get settled.
Exactly, all of the best teams in the East, not the West like I just said a few seconds ago, in the East are going to be competing for, we got 4 matches coming straight up, Imperium, and we're going to be playing on every single map. We're going to have some Sanhok, we're going to have some Miramar, some Vikendi, some Erangel action. Of course we're going to have some Erangel action, because why wouldn't we at that point? And the objective of these scrims is, like, you know, of course, to allow these players and these teams to train and try and get themselves prepared for the World League Day, which we will be actually starting very, very soon on your calendar, so definitely keep an eye out for that. But also to test the servers and to make sure that the show will be running 100% smoothly as we go into the World League. And I said, Imperium, like, we've got some big teams to just mention. One big pickup, you know, there was Nova Godlike. We've got a lot of storylines to cover throughout this tournament. But real quick, we're going to go over is actually the schedule. I'm going to be showing it on our screen. The very first match is going to be on Erangel, followed up with then Sanhok, Vikendi, and it's written Miramar. I don't know if that means we're going to have a smaller version of Miramar going to be happening, like baby Miramar, but we're going to have every single map once again getting played today.
Like, it's kind of when you say Miramar, I kind of think of the PUBG PC map, Kraken, which is Desert Mountain, like Miramar. But either way, no, I'm sure it's just a typo. Miramar is going to be coming up on our screens in the last game today. And I also love the fact that it is every map that's being played. So once again, look, not to use that analogy too much, but it's like a tasting menu. You're getting an idea. And this is going to be really core information for all the teams that are playing, right? Because even though I'm not saying they're going to show or expose their strategies, you know, in these scrims, but you're going to get an idea of, let's say, okay, this team is maybe more aggressive and this team is maybe a little bit less aggressive. Of course, the Indian teams already know a hell of a lot about each other, right? We have seen a couple of player swaps as well from a couple of teams, which we'll get into. But either way, this is still going to be, in my eyes, a real clean sheet for teams to get that strong idea heading into the World League East.
Yeah, because the World League, let's not forget, it's going to be 1 month of action. Just about like 1 month, a little bit less, but it's still going to be absolutely mental, and they're going to be fighting for also a few spots, you know, in the World League Championship at the very end of this year in 2020. So hopefully all is going to be going well for that. And you know what? We've got some big teams on screen. We mentioned earlier at the start of the broadcast are going to be playing up in these games today. The level of gameplay is going to be extremely high. Maybe a few fun plays left and right, because, you know, it's scrims, and we can have some nice friendly banter left and right, and hopefully have a bunch of really fun memes as we go down the line of today's scrim session. But definitely Imperium, you know, we talked about a few teams. Going into this, are there maybe a few teams that you want to say, like, you know what, you want to look out for these guys specifically? Every team, oh my god.
It's got to be Nova Godlike, okay? It's got to be Nova Godlike, because Nova Godlike, they did kind of lose one of their core players, so to speak, but they did gain another player. And with this partnership with Nova, I wonder, partnering with an international org, has that added a level of pressure right? Has the added level of you know, they feel more pressure to perform, whether it's in scrims or tournament like the World League. So that's probably a team that I'm looking out for the most. Other than that, yeah, genuinely every team, because I think coming into this, all these teams are at an absolutely extremely high standard. Well, actually, I'm also going to say the wildcard team, right? You've got No Chance team, which the wildcard region was one of the first PMCO regions to play, and one of the first confirmed teams for the World League East. And I've got to think, well, how much practice have they got? How much preparation have they been able to get in against the teams around them?
That's like, I think that is like definitely some of the big teams coming up, and like you talked about Nova God, like I think that's like the big news of the moment that's been coming out on social media. It was like what, 3 days ago. And like we have a little bit of history too, is like, you know, with the organization of Nova, because like, you know, going through our Vainglory days like ages ago, and they're an organization which very cares about their players. And I think the teams such as, and as a talented team, there's God, like I think there's definitely a really good pairing system between these two organizations. So definitely looking forward to that. I'm seeing also on my screen, because we're joining the lobby right now, also on our screens. We've got some teams like, you know, we got to mention them, like the Orange Rocks. They're going to be in the lobby today in Imperium. I think that they got a lot of fans, especially picked up during the last, last spring split. And I think that's definitely going to be really, really interesting to see how they can play into this.
And see, that's the thing. It's funny that you should mention Orange Rock, because when I mentioned about Godlike and the whole player swap, Orange Rock and Godlike did swap players basically pretty much. So Gil moved over from Godlike to Orange Rock. Of course, we have Vampire moved from Orange Rock to Godlike. So that player change, how much is that going to affect the synergy on both teams? You know, because even though I'm sure they played with each other throughout, you know, PUBG Mobile being so huge in South Asia, but you're in this competitive team where you need to have your strategy, your method in play, how you play that game to the point. So if you're not used to that team's play style and strategy, that could affect those teams' performances, not only in today's scrims, but coming into the World League East.
I think that definitely like having those like, you know, player changes like pretty recently before the start of the World League is going to be a little bit potentially an issue, because you know that synergy will be potentially lacking a bit. But that's why these scrims are useful, right? It's also good for, you know, Tencent and esport crew behind it to try and like make the stream and make the games run as smoothly as possible, to be like just going into the fair, objective, and, you know, line of sight of this event, and also to allow these teams to try and like, you know, fix a little few issues they might have actually before the start of the World League. So hopefully all will be going absolutely awesome for them. Checking out also the players are slowly going to be joining the lobby. Do take a little bit of time before going into this. Also, quick piece of information. I'm reading the chat at the same time. There are people saying there's not an Indian casting stream, which is unfortunately not the case. But like, this is actually just a little bit of a test, so we're not going to be branching out too much. We'll keep it in English, but for you guys out there that don't understand too much English, we're going to try our very, very best to make it as easily understandable and to, you know, speak very distinguishedly and try and be very easy to understand. There you go. We'll try to be very simple.
So to speak. Yeah, try and keep it simple. But look, at the end of the day, and here's the thing, honestly, I think this is the kind of games where, within reason, we don't need to say much, right? You know, because of course it's our job to cast and talk about what's going on. But for me, as a huge fan of the most highly competitive PUBG Mobile play, I also love being able to, in some way, even if I'm still casting at the same time, being able to step back and just admire how these teams are playing and just absorb as much as I can of what's going on around me. I think that's something that should be done today, in terms of just going, okay, well, these are scrims. There's nothing on the line in terms of prize money or placement or World Championship slots. So let's see how free these teams play. Let's see what they do show us in terms of any kind of glimmer of strategy, aggressiveness, cohesive play, because, you know, being able to engage on your opponent is always something you should be looking to train, and it's always something that you don't necessarily need to expose. If you're going to be good at it, you're going to be good at it. And I also feel that being able to send a message to some of the teams going into the World League East is very strong, because when you look at TSM Entity, like, they're always going to be a danger when it comes to fragging out. They're always going to be hugely effective, being able to get 10, 12 15 kills in one game.
You mean Jonathan's gonna get 10, 12 kills per game? I mean, Jonathan definitely like absolutely popping off in the last PMPL event of India. And I think that definitely, you got, like, I'm seeing a lot of people, where's Jonathan? Jonathan's here, okay, he's in the lobby, we see him right now, calm down, okay, calm your horses, Jonathan's here. And I think everyone's going to be happy about that. But definitely some really big players. You got also the team known as, you know, Bigatron, BTR are going to be in the house, baby. Can't wait to see how they can perform on the scrim session. And also, these scrim sessions are an opportunity also for the players to test different strategies, not only to fix a potential few issues they might have, just test rotations, test map drops. And also, these 4 games are going to have, what's great about this, right? We're going to have every single map, which I mentioned earlier. That's going to allow actually these teams to know a little bit, oh, well, this team's drops here. We can actually map out a little bit what might actually happen and occur during the World League. So definitely, I think that this is not like even bigger than just like a test stream. This is also a good opportunity for some teams to get a little bit of a head start for the World League.
So true. And that's the thing, like, meaning we know a bit more about the South Asia teams, right? We know, you know, a bit more about TSM Entity, Nova, Godlike, you know, Orange Rock. We don't know that much about the likes of Team Secret and Big E-Tron. Of course, we've seen them on the big stage. At the end of the day, Big E-Tron are the reigning world champions, right? You know, they're here to defend their title to you know, essentially have it 2 years in a row, which would be unprecedented in my eyes. But then you're going to have the likes of Team Secret, who, with a roster with players such as iShots, who used to play for Udo, and you have Bubu, and you have Mad Toy, like, these are all incredibly talented players, and their team, at least when you're looking at Team Secret, that has been together for these pretty much the start of this year, putting in the work, training, synergizing, preparing for these moments.
Definitely. So we should be getting in game in 5 minutes, just about. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know we're talking a lot. I know that, you know, it's very enjoyable to see our sexy faces. I know it's been some time since, you know, the Gamers Without Borders event. And actually, you know what? Before we do go into the game, because we've still got like about 4 to 5 minutes before going into the first game, which will be on Erangel, by the way. So looking forward to that. You know, Gamers Without Borders. That was our, like, maybe not your introduction because you already casted, luckily enough, in India, because, you know, very jealous. The fact you had the chance to cast those teams, and after we had the Gamers Without Borders event for 2 days, once again, where we were fighting for charity against COVID-19, which was a great opportunity to cast these teams. We had, like, some teams like, you know, Godlike, absolutely popping off. And I think that's also the main reason why Nova picked them up, you know. They're like, wow, this team's actually pretty insane. Going into that. So Godlike going to be one of your top contesters with TSM Entity. We saw also teams, you know, like, there were like Fnatic, so even though they're not going to be all showing up here in this matchup, like, I'm hoping for the World League, at least we're going to be seeing a few of those teams that can try and improve a lot more in the long run. So we'll see, hopefully that's going to be going well. But here we go. Erangel going to be coming up shortly. Also, send your, which team you're supporting in chat. We'd love to know what's going to be happening and which teams you are supporting, because, you know, that support can definitely help some teams improve and just play a little bit better in their overall games. Yeah,
and I'm really excited and looking forward to seeing Synerge play as well, because when we look back at the PMPL South Asia, Synerge finished 4th when it came to the league part, which initially only the top 3 teams secured a World League East spot, but then more slots were given to the South Asian teams, and therefore the 4th place of the league aspect was given a World League East spot, which in this case was Synerge. And then even then in the actual finals part, they still finished 7th. And their team, which in my eyes they finished 5th in the actual finals part, but their team that really have been evolving so heavily across the board over the last couple of months. When you have a player such as Strider and players like Austin X and Ted, man, they've really been developing themselves.
Also, Imperium also during that time was checking out with the production crew, and we have now a 100% confirmed list for this very first game. We might switch between all of the 4 games today. So from top to bottom, we're going to do a quick list. So from the top, we're going to have teams playing such as Bigatron, Red Aliens, Box Gaming, Celts. They're going to be back at it again. You know, that was your top team going into the PMPL of the Spring Split. Godlike, King of Gamers Club, Megastars, Morph Team, Team Secret, RRQ Athena, Synergy, Baldus Esports, Team IND, TSM Entity. Gonna have also You Level Up, Freestyle, and No Chance Team, the team you mentioned a little bit earlier, Imperium, going into this. So definitely that's a really stacked lobby. You know, we cast some scrims over here in Europe. This is a really stacked lobby, I've got to say, over here in this in the Eastern world. So definitely intrigued to see how things are going to be going down. But you know what? Prediction, Imperium. We talked about which teams you're looking out for. Prediction for the first chicken dinner. Imperium, you're not getting out of it this time. One team for the first chicken dinner.
No.
Go for it.
No.
Do it for the Vine.
Okay, Nova Godlike.
Nova Godlike? I mean, you know what? Nova Godlike, they're definitely the team that just got that big pick up there. The team that everyone has been talking about. And you know what? I respect that kind of decision making. But you know what? I'm gonna go with Bigatron. You know what? I'm just gonna follow the flow. I'm gonna go with Bigatron, and I'm gonna. You know what? We're taking two different countries like that. Also, I think it's good to go for a little bit of a split decision on the world. So let's go. Good representation on the map. But there we go. Jeez.
And like, you know, even though when we talk about the big teams, right? And when I say the big teams, I say the teams that are more internationally known across the whole spectrum. But let's talk about the ones that, in my eyes, aren't as heavily known outside of their respective regions. So, for example, you've got King of Gamers and you've got Morph Team. Of course, King of Gamers hailing from Thailand and Morph Team hailing from Indonesia. These are two teams to me, relatively unknown. So I'm excited to, you know, similar to the whole scrim, to absorb as much as I can about how they play and see what I can learn, and of course then give back on broadcast.
I'm also checking out on our side. Okay, so we got everything ready. We should be getting to very, very shortly. Also, we did take a little bit more time on this first game because, you know, like that, the entirety of the broadcast will be going a lot faster. The breaks will be shorter like that. It's just the first game was taking a little bit of time because this was very last minute. You know, I think it's also fun because it does give a little bit of a, you know, quick taste. You know, it was like just a little bit of a tasting sample, I said earlier, just for the World League in the Eastern world. So definitely intrigued to see how things will be going down. We got almost the lobby entirely filled up. And yeah, definitely intrigued to see who's going to be taking this very first game. As I said earlier, also, you might have like some different teams between every single game because this is like, once again, a big testing scheme for us at home. And yeah, but I got to say, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming around for your weekend just for a few minutes with us today with a very, you know, non-really prepared stream. We were not sure we were going to do this, but it's perfectly awesome, and it's also create some fun content for you guys at home. So hopefully have a good time. And for those that are still in lockdown, I hope you're all being safe out there. Wash your hands, put mask on if you go outside, and yeah, just have a good time with us today.
110%. Looking at another team, Valdus Esports, they were formerly Illuminate the Murder. So they're under a different team name. Of course, Illuminate the Murder, they are very well known, at least as a brand. So I'm excited to see what, under essentially a different team name, Valdus Esports can do with the likes of Martin Goddard, JCZ, you know, absolutely incredible players. And I think when you're coming to this level of gameplay, and I've said this so many times before, when you're getting to this level of competitive gameplay, every single player is mechanically incredibly talented. They can easily know, more often than not, frag out, get the job done, get knocks, get kills, etc., etc. When you're getting to this high level, it comes down to mentality, confidence, and I suppose a heat of the moment, instant reaction and thought process. And that's where a more unified, structured team with strong communication and strong strategy, and of course the IGL able to come out, will see teams come out on top.
I think like synergy is definitely the most important thing going into this, and I think it's going to be definitely really important for these teams to also take this scrim session as a training ground to work on that, because you talked about it, right? There were a few changes in some compositions, so definitely that's going to be really important for these squads to work on. You know, also talking about, like, you know, mainly updates now. You know, we had a few changes coming up to Miramar for the competitive scene, you know, that came out recently. We're also going to be having the content site being added to your playstyle. So content site, I think, is something that's been a great addition to the game. And I think that content site now is going to be helping you just flip your fights a little bit easier. So I think that, like, we did already see it come into action a few times on the last few weeks. But now I think that definitely the teams are a lot more prepared and used to using the content site and getting to use those, really.
And I don't know if this is just for the scrims.
Yeah.
Don't know if this is just for the scrims, but you know who I didn't notice is playing for Orange Rock.
Tell me.
Scout OP. Now, of course, he was, you know, he has that history with these players, but Scout Up, former Fnatic player, of course. Fnatic, their roster basically disbanded after the PMPL South Asia. They will be back. They've already signed Max Cash. Not to shine too much of a light on Fnatic, but my point is that Scout Up playing for Orange Rock in this first game of the PUBG Mobile World League East Scrims.
I mean, I'm just really intrigued to see how Orange Rock can perform there, because they've been absolutely shredding teams left, right, and center. I got to say that Scout OP, if you want a good pickup for one of your teams, you know what? Scout OP is definitely going to be one of those pickups. He's been just a talented, gifted player. Throughout the Gamers Without Borders event, he's been a name that we've been mentioning many times. Again, people told us, it's not staying Scout OP, but we have to. The guy's freaking OP, just like Jonathan. So definitely on the same level of skill, I do have to say. So Scout OP definitely going to be adding a lot of extra skill and potential plays over for Orange Rocks. Even though I'm seeing also in the lobby right now, he doesn't have the same logo as the rest of Orange Rocks. He's got to put the logo profile picture. It feels nice when in the lobby they all have the same profile picture. No, instead of when you're doing European scrims, they all have meme pictures as their profile pics. So it feels nice.
Here's the thing with Scout. We all know that Scout is a brand unto himself, right? He's within reason. He's an entity upon himself. So I just find it interesting, and I'm curious to see how that's going to play out for Orange Rock, because Orange Rock in the PUBG Mobile Pro League, they in some ways surprise a lot of people in my eyes. Coming into it, they were by no means looking like a weak team, but they heavily, and at the end of the day, they finished first, right? But they absolutely took it so strongly to the likes of TSM Entity, and they got an insane amount of chicken dinners as well, and they were also following that consistent with their performances, and yeah, I'm excited to see how that plays out then on today's games.
I'm checking out my screen. Imperium, we're slowly going to be making our way into game number 1 on Erangel. I know it's been a long time. I know we've been talking for ages, but you know what? That's what we do. We talk. It's our job. I hope you guys are having a fun time with us right there, trying to introduce the event. But with that said, game number 1 is slowly going to be loading on our screens. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's going to be going over to the green pastures, the map who started it all. Going to be kicking off also this scrim session is going to be on Erangel. Let's go.
Now, don't get too confused, because there are 2 teams with initially TSM in the tag. Of course, the TSM, just the TSM, is Team Seeker, and the TSM EN is, of course, TSM Entity. That's something that I think we're gonna have to just get a little bit used to as we look to load into this game. But once I'm conscious of it, I think we'll be pretty good.
I think we'll be pretty good indeed. So it should be about 1 minute before we actually load and start having these teams dropping down. Hopefully we're going to have a good playing path. Hopefully teams will be able to get their main dropping location under control. But I think it's also good for them to put themselves in an unusual situation. These are scrims which don't have any repercussion on your World League standings. So I think that this is definitely going to be an opportunity for them to try maybe a secondary drop, even potentially a third drop in location, and to try and put themselves in a little bit more of a stressful spot, just so they can, in case they do get pressured in the actual live event, that they can actually try and respond to it in an according fashion. So I think that here would be interested for teams to go out of their comfort zone on every single map, because we're doing every map right.
Yeah, exactly. I genuinely couldn't agree with you more. It's and
Thank
plus that's the definition of scrims, right? Is to use that to try new things, to test different strategies, to push yourself to the limits in some way on wherever you need to improve as a player. Because I think no matter how good these teams are, and no matter how competent and if they just won a world championship or not, there's always something to improve. There's always an aspect to a team's gameplay that can be improved.
Here we go. We're going to be also improving the broadcast as we go into this very first game on Erangel. Let's go. The plane is going to be high in the air. It's dropping time, baby. Yeah, the plane is going to be going straight over to Sanhok Island. Going to be a pretty southern/eastern plane path on this one. Hopefully things will be completely A-okay. A few teams will be pretty happy of this plane path, but I definitely do have to say, we've definitely seen better plane path in our casting career, Imperium. This is not the best way to kick things off.
I don't think it's too bad. Of course, the Phase 1 circle is going to be, in my eyes, kind of obviously more important. And for any team that wants to hit up towards George Ball, it is going to be a little bit harder. You are going to have to capture those vehicles and make your way up, or just choose to go for a different drop spot. And honestly, like I said, look, these are scrims, so again, sit back in some way, relax, and see how these teams play. Early game, I do think overall is going to be somewhat passive, because these teams are so competent that they do know how to rotate, and they do know how to put themselves into a strong position inside the middle of the circle. So I'm still expecting that, with obviously hopefully a couple of surprise early engagements.
See Kratos of IND going to be a little bit split from the rest of his team, because they're going to get early on engaged in military base. Hopefully will not result in too much bad early blood going down over there. I'm going to be having, hey, you know what? With that plane path, I wasn't too much of a fan, I do have to say, but that phase 1 circle does actually, you know what, go in good line of sight. So it does help out quite a bit, as RQ Athena will also go over to Pachinki. I believe got contested by another team. We didn't have time to really see who that might have been. Here it is, Team IND. In the corner, potentially contested very early on. Choco Nuts going to be getting information on Slayer potentially really soon if he goes any further away from that container. Sees him jump in the background. Take shots are going to give information away, which I don't think he's ready to do just yet.
When you're looking at the no chance team, the wildcard qualified team,
oh yes,
Choco Nuts is a man you need to look out for. He is so dangerous, whether it's at the very start of the game or whether it's at the end of the game. And you're seeing it right here at the start of game 1 in Military Island, getting 2 knockdowns and pushing himself forward.
With an eye in sight too. I mean, I could not do that. I respect the hassle that just Choco Nuts ran through there for no chance. Gonna go for the spray, confirms it. Be careful though, there's one player of IND that's gonna be repositioning in the background. You've got to be careful about that. Aladdin's going to be right there, but he knows that there's no way of getting the rest back up. His 2 allies when deconfirmed, and that is sometimes also good. Not only to confirm points, to confirm the kills and go for the flush, but also to make sure that the rest of the team does not come for vengeance. And in that case, that works out perfectly. Team IND will be leaving away from military base.
And you're saying that that kind of off drop from Kratos could affect Team IND. I'm not saying it would have made a huge difference, but it actually has 100% added to the pressure. Now, the good thing is that the remaining player of Team IND can join up with Kratos outside the military base. But yeah, no chance team sending a message as you see this action going on as the side of Celts in Milta.
Absolutely, because you level up is going to be checking up a grenade. Potentially, no switches over. Actually gone M16. M16 are good on like mid-range, but when you actually have to clutch it out, a 1v2, the M16 is not really that good of a weapon to play. But oh, that grenade's on point. Does put Rox pretty low. Unfortunately, not going to result in a knockdown just yet. Rox might go for the rares himself. He's definitely got to get a few bandages out. Not sure if he had a first day for himself, and now Winter might want to try and jump out, which is exactly what he's going to try and do. Just be a little bit devil. Potentially go under the rooftop, which, I'm still surprised he's able to do that. He's going to be jumping down. That's a risky play. He's going to go for the push. But with an M16, that's a risky play, my friend. Why would he want to go for that? One more bullet, and he's going to be going down, and indeed he will be confirmed. Winter will be the first casualty of you level up. I mean, yeah, with an M16 going for such an aggressive push, I'm genuinely surprised.
Never mind, Winter is coming. It's more. Winter has fallen as a rest of you level up, or at least getting return fire onto the side of Celts. Celts lost a player. A tanky, but as they drive forward, Rox is going to help get another kill. As Hooksiam, this is only the early part of the game, right? We're less than 5 minutes in, and we've seen at least 5 players get dropped from this lobby. This is what I love to see.
I think it's also because of that plane, that plane path. It was definitely stacking a lot more teams. There's a lot more hot drops that are going to be happening because the entirety of the north/western side of the map was almost unplayable, unfortunately. So definitely going to be having a lot of hot drops. It happened in military base. It happening over here in Milta. You level up. And going to have to rethink a little bit. As Nova Godlike, the team we've been talking about a little bit earlier, Imperium, going to be going straight versus RQ Athena. Fortunately, Kronten was knocked down, and they're going to go for the push on Hastar. How to say that I am not feeling confident about this one, Imperium.
Yeah, the pressure might be getting inside Pachinki to Nova Godlike. Just Hastar, the IGL left standing as RQ Athena looks through the window and says, hey, neighbor, goodbye, neighbor. RQ Athena get a squad right. 4 kills for them in the early parts of the game. And look, I'm not going to say I'm not surprised because I did call Nova Godlike to get that game 1, but when it's RQ Athena, led by such an insane fragger as Ernie, it is not surprising in that sense.
Yeah, definitely no point of contestment in Pachinki. I mean, Pachinki, Every single time you got a team over there, and most of the time it never ends well for any of the teams involved. So Nova Godlike going to be having to take the L on this first game. You know what? That comes back to what I was saying earlier. Maybe they're just testing out some different spots and dropping locations.
Yeah, of course.
Just to see, but here it is. Seemed like you level up. They got one knockdown earlier. I think they even potentially got a second, if I'm not mistaken, on Kelts. They're just going to be trying to wrap around, but they don't have information just yet. They could get peeked on the right side. There's another team that's slowly going to make their way towards the western side of Milta. Ultron, Rox, holding that position. You know what? They're not together, so they could still get a good surprise out of Ultron in that shack.
I think Huxian definitely had an idea. That's why he prone down, looking to cook up a grenade. Ultron and Rox, they're just right behind each other, but Ultron is inside the hut, and I wonder how much cover Kelsey will be able to... Rox from Kelsey will be able to provide. As a grenade comes through, nicely played. So Ultron is able to come in and get that knock, and now it's going to be a grenade being cooked up by Jackson. Well, that's going to be nicely cooked.
Oh, there you go. That is going to be indeed. The members going down. Oh my god, just one more bullet's going to be enough. Can he get it? No! The shotgun play of Rox comes out. And Chaos will remain alive as a two-man army with Ultron and Rox. That was a close call for sure. Definitely not going to be getting too good for them as now Megastars Paradox going to be joining up, but unfortunately instantly joins with Encore, but he's going to get instantly shut down. The Reds could still potentially come on down. Luckily enough for him, the flush was not going to be going through here, Imperium. Now the fight is going to be absolutely roaring with BTR. As they come around the corner with Luxy, going to slowly go potentially for that push to go for the flush, but can he confirm it? Even Zuxy's coming around above that mountaintop. The smokes will come out. The smokes are really well positioned. Going to be really stopping BTR from fully committing as they just don't have too much information at this point in time.
The reigning world champions BTR Red Aliens looking to put the hurt on towards Megastars, and they confirm one kill so far. Megastars are too heavily spread out. They're not able to provide too much. It's going to be up to Vexy. If Vexy can use that dip to knock down a member of BTR and stop them down their tracks, it could give them hope with another knock from Luxy on the Paradox, and that kill confirmed inside the smoke. That's BTR taking full control. Gonna put down Megastars down to 2 players.
Yep, you know what? The other 2 players, they're going to just get into the car, get back towards Milta, but Milta's still occupied by you level up, so you might want to try and rethink how this one might actually end up going on through. Phase 1 circle is about to close up also, so they've got to rethink of how they want to position on this one. Let's not forget the circle on Phase 1 did go over to the eastern side down south, but still the circle could potentially go for a hard shift up north. We do not know, so definitely want to try and keep that in consideration as, oh, okay, here we go. We got the boys taking a fight, as unfortunately a few knockdowns going to be happening over here in the open. Definitely this is a really weird spot to take fights in, I do have to mention, Imperium. And they just got caught up in the open, and that is always a really scary position to be in.
Totally is, but as RQ Athena
oh no,
disengage away from Chinky, they're going to go into another fight against Team Secret. Yeah, I know you're looking at TSM and you're thinking, what is that TSM? And like I said, this is Team Secret coming through. 2 fantastic teams from Southeast Asia region coming through. We see a knockdown from Mad Toy on the senior confirmed, knocking down and taking RQ down to 3 players.
There you go. That is unfortunately not the breach that they were looking for. RQ Athena going to be taking the L on that one, unfortunately. Team Secret will get all those kills for themselves. You know what? Off to a good start in this game. Now, back on over to a few squads. Still seeing a TSM entity as they took a fight over here earlier. They still got some players remaining, but definitely they got themselves caught out in the open, and they just had to take a little bit of a loss. As they're going to be having a few squads now, going to have to try and rethink their position. Valdus Esports will be moving straight out of that position because this is no position to take a fight on, really. Aids. RQ Athena. Getting things up. Buy some time with some smoke. Smoking up the entire building to make sure that he can potentially clutch this one through. I hope for him he has a Uzi. A Uzi in this kind of situation would be absolutely awesome. I don't know if he has one in his loadout. That is definitely one of the better weapons. Oh, the great grenades of Matoy, and there you have it. That is going to be Team Secret eliminated. That will be 13th position for them on their very first game.
You mean RQ?
Oh, RQ. I mean, yeah, they won that fight. I mean, no.
Yeah. Anyway,
English, complicated.
It's okay. But as Synerge, they look to keep themselves in a strong position in this Phase 2 circle. Only 10 seconds until the blue zone starts closing in. They're out in the open, but they're on high ground. So, of course, you have that trade-off. They do have a couple of vehicles which they can play around with, but led by all 4 players, Jigsaw, Ted, Servi, and Austin. Bot X. Let's see what they can pull out of the bag in this game one.
Rotating away from Potato Hill. Phase 2 pop up. He did go a little bit up on the northern side mostly. Just very small rotation, very smooth rotation. Luckily enough for them, this is like a location normally teams like to play around because it's good high ground position, does give you a really good scope. And actually talking about that, Morph are going to be around the underground segment. They're going to be actually shut down by Ted of Synergy. This is a very interesting really area to take a fight in, because especially you got another team coming from the backside, which is going to be no chance. If they go for the high ground, they could put pressure on Synergy and go for the backstab.
Getting those couple of knocks by Synergy will hopefully give them a little bit of a chance to push forward, but without knowing all of the information of the rest of the Morph squad, they just want to hold out a little bit because they know that it's around the shelter area, so you got to be aware of that underground potential where you can't get surprise pushed, but probably just peeking and shooting, giving Morph nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with the underground section, right? I already mentioned that many times in Pyramid. You know, I'm going to say the exact same thing. The issue with the underground section, right, is that you're predictable in how you're going to go out, because there's only one exit, right? And there's no way for you really to take a fight and to dictate that fight specifically. So they're going to be sending a car down low, and that means that they want to try and defend this position. Cars allowed to actually not be able to cross down into the underground sections. Now, some smoke, some grenades, some utility will be chucked for sure. Off now, they're just going to be just hiding down below. But the thing is, the circle, if it shifts away, they could get easily picked up by Synergy if they just wait. But unfortunately, a lot of teams are around here. Can Synergy keep up the pace and keep the block around the underground? Yeah,
you got no chance. You got Freestyle all hanging around the same area. So you got to be very confident of closing out this engagement, as Morph have just decided to stick to the underground and said, you want to get us, you're going to have to come find us head on underground, my friends. So Synergy will just look to take control of the upper ground area. Look at all those vehicles they have as well that they're going to be able to rotate to as the circle does shift up north on this phase 3.
I wonder if that's something that anyone's ever done. You just like take 4 cars and put them in front of every single opening and just let them die to the blue zone inside the underground. That would be a strat that could work out, but also you want to keep the cars to move away from here, so definitely not a valid long option, long-term kind of option for them. Now, you know what? They did send a player of Morph. 2 players of Morph actually out on other entry points, as you know what? The team is just going to be completely leaving. Now here it is. That's going to be Valdus Esports going for the compound. We'll be able to take it away from Cog, so they will not be unfortunately trying to contest that one.
I think they were more just stopping to try and pop a couple of shots off towards King of Gamers. I don't think they necessarily intended to stop there completely, but either way, they're going to hold their ground. And now, as Synergy disengaged away from shelter, they're going to go right towards the path of TSM Entity. Like I said, with this circle shifting up north on phase 3, we didn't see too much of it, but it did go quite heavily towards Yasnai. So we could see a Yasnai Polyana finish for this game 1 of these PMWL EAST Scrims.
If we have a city finish on this first game in Pyramid, you have to say I'll be a little bit like, what the hell? That is a grid. No, a good scrim session, I would say. It's good to prepare you to like a very unusual situation before going into the World League. That's for sure. So keep an eye out for that. Now shifting over to, I believe that is going to be BTR. The names are a little bit mixed up, but yeah, that is indeed going to be the case. Bigatron. Going for the rotation, not quite in circle. Looking for another car. Oh my god, it feels so good. It's so small yet so effective. I love to see like, oh, another car. We're going to take it. I see so many people in my games that just like pass by like, no, why do you stop? And I jump out and I die. So respect.
Especially with the fields of Yasnai Polyana still heavily played out, could end up in north, but Synergy holds onto the high ground, overlooking the 2 members of TSM Entity. Let's see, as Neo is going to actually shut down Awesome Bot X and gets that knockdown with a really well-cooked grenade.
A really good grenade indeed. Jonathan, Neo going to be defending versus Ted. Onto the DP. Neo going to get a few summation shots, and now Zixor is going to be coming around, joining the party. He wants to try and get the defense potential on Austin. Big hit things down. He will be getting in time, luckily enough. But another grenade is going to be cooked up by Jonathan. Unfortunately, not quite in the right direction. The cooking is good, but unfortunately, the location wasn't, unfortunately, on point. Now Neo wants to go peek, but be careful. Survey on the mountaintop a little bit over to the east. Does have information, and they will get Austin once again down. Jonathan, the grenade's on point. In terms of cooking. Now they've got to try and respond, but they can't jump out because unfortunately 2 mountain tops are held by Synerge. So they have no way of just going out to go out of the building. They're going to get absolutely lasered. Here it is now. It's a perfect angle. Held up by Neo. TSM Entity showing up to the party and defending that compound absolutely flawlessly. And, whoa, Yasnaya finish? Question mark?
They're only a 2-man team as well. Let's not forget that. It's only Neo and Jonathan. And they've absolutely obliterated
2v4.
Synerge, how it's done. Okay, I do gotta say the Synerge engagement was overall very weak, and as the circle did shift up north more heavy towards Yasnai, once again Ted could find himself under pressure and getting third parties. Now it's going to be up to TSMNT to clear out the team Synerge and then find a spot inside the circle.
More of that. Okay, we don't want to get involved on this fight. It's not over yet, so you know what? We're just going to continue to the city of Yasnai Poliana, making it through the fields down south. That's fine, but now TSM Entity, they got 2 knockdowns. They know, okay, well now we got 2 knockdowns. That means it's potentially a 2v1 or 2v2, so we're just going to go for that push us. Now here it is, Team Secret, King of Gamers Club, going to be making their way into Yasnai Poliana, trying to take the opportunity over there. And here it is, Neo going to be clearing up the field. An extra frag on Synergy. Did you see Servi there for a second? I mean, he looked perfectly over to Servi, so I guess he did. Ah, interesting. Yeah, definitely. I was not expecting such a good defense, and even the aggressive play coming out from the boys of TSM. So great job from them. Oh.
Now, Valdez looked at them in and somewhat third party. This is what I talk about. The potential third partying from that rotation could have affected Synerge. It has more effectively hurt TSM Andy, but at least Neo was able to survive now. Neo's up on top. He's going to with the DP-20 shoot on his way through. But Velmoth comes in and knocks him down from inside the US.
Oh my god, Jonathan, the clutch machine. Can he make things happen this time around? We're going to have to wait and see. He's going to be jumping on the side, trying to be a little bit unpredictable. He's got that smoke that could give him also a good, decent amount of coverage to take a fight 1 by 1. It is now, unfortunately, going to be cornered up. He's going to get sandwiched. TSM Entity with Jonathan, the last man standing, will be taken out. TSM Entity out in 12th position. But now that means that our focus can actually shift over to Yasnai Poliana, where you've got just an insane amount of teams. And you know, you mentioned it many times in Prim, you're scared of teams going into there. It's a gamble. If the circle goes inside of it, it works out. If it shifts away, things could get pretty tricky for the teams involved.
Well, like you've also mentioned in the past, I think it's okay once it's on the edge.
Exactly.
Of Yasnai. That's exactly what the teams on the southern edge of Yasnai have done, like Team Seeker, like King of Gamers, and I think that's absolutely fine, along with the side of Morph, who are still a full squad. So you've got Team Seeker, their 3-man team, you've got King of Gamers, a full squad, and you've got Morph, a full squad, all on the edge of Yasnai. And of course, this Phase 5 is going to be so important and where it goes. All the while, you have Freestyle and BTR overlooking each other.
Yeah. Style in the circle. No, some players of BTR were not quite in there. But now I'm scared for the teams that are currently in the fields of Yasnai. You know, it's high ground. All the teams got like the high ground buildings down south of Yasnai Poliana. If you're in the field, high ground is always going to be have like a big advantage on low ground when he's in the circle involved. So here it is, going to be having the fight with Freestyle. You're just talking about them getting really close to BTR. The fight will indeed be breaking out. BTR, most of the players got themselves in circle. That's definitely a lot better. But now this fight is definitely intrigued to see, and I'm pretty sure the circle's not going to go in their favor. So this fight all has to end, or a team has to die here.
True, but where BTR are located is protected from the teams in Yasnai, so that's pretty good. They only have to focus solely on Freestyle, but they are in a dip where a couple of grenades definitely land them in a spot of bother as they see Usrachu going to come in and at least take down the vehicle and take away that movement from BTR.
And the bigger threat of dips are grenades going to be seen one actually chugged. So we'll get something out of that. I think that it will be a little bit short, and indeed, unfortunately, BTR going to be a little bit too far. But the circle did shift away towards Yasnai Poliana. 50% city, 50% fields. I'm scared a little bit for, I'm not going to lie, Valdez Esports. They're the only team in the fields right now. Hopefully, they're not going to get scouted by all the teams down south of Yasnai Poliana. Now also Megastars, they're going to be breaching through the east. Most teams going to try and just push in, and now some big fights are going to be happening here, Imperium, to rotate in city.
But here's the thing, Valdez can just kind of sit back, relax, and watch all the teams take each other out from inside Yasnai. So I think it's actually a pretty strong position that Valdez hold on to. Let's see if they can make it pay off and grab a chicken dinner as they're heading into the 20-minute mark of this game. There's 10 teams left, 29 players. Celts amongst one of them, BTR and one Freestyle trying to hold on.
He did a nice few shots there, Kashuf, but unfortunately, okay, wait. I talked too soon. Oh my god. I think even Zuxi was like, I can't just take this fight head on after this is going to be phase 5 blue zone. We might actually lose Kashif out of that. Wait a second. Oh, he makes it after blue zone. I thought for a second he was going to be outrun by the blue. We'll have to tank it a few times, but that is all he shall have to go through. But now even BTR still under pressure of the teams involved. Now the teams are rotating. Now they could still get a few last buildings under control, but it's just there's so many teams in there. They're just so focused on each another. You could just sneak your way through, which is what we mentioned a few seconds earlier, right, Imperium, that because of so much mayhem happening in circle, teams are not really focused on gatekeeping at this point.
True, but that's where also the teams, and you've mentioned it again previously, on the edge of Yasnai, it's favoring them, right? King of Gamers, Team Secret, they're all looking pretty good. They can punish teams rotating in from the north side of Yasnai. You got Megastars, Celts, and Freestyle amongst those teams that really have to try and find a confident spot as the blue zone of phase 5 is closing in.
Freestyle, they have to still send, I believe, 1 or 2 players across the road, which normally, it's going to be actually 2 players on their side they have to cross. Be hopefully able to do it, because that's where the least teams are. The rotating from the south is the hardest part, but from the west and the east, that's a completely fair game, I do have to say. Now Megastars got information. They're also going to be drawn with Scouts. Pretty good position for them. Here it is. They're going to go for the cross. I don't think Megastars are looking over there. They're not at all, actually. That's going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy for Freestyle to get all of their 4 members into the eastern side. But be careful now, Megastars. I hear the footsteps. Are like, okay, we're going to try and respond with some grenades, with some utility. But unfortunately, they can't exactly locate where they are. So they will not get a knockdown for now.
And this is where we're going to see Vexy. Well, actually, not quite Vexy's. One of the members of Megastars just burning down after a successful Molotov. Then you have Ultron from Celts looking to try and protect their spot as phase 6 did shove its way down south, still inside Yasnai, inside the edge of the city. This is absolutely crazy. All the teams up north have to try and make their way through, across the road and in through the buildings.
Wow, and indeed, Megastars defending it extremely well. Get 1 kill down onto Black. If a little bit was pretty fast, actually do get 1 man knocked away with a grenade off Kashif. I mean, he was trying for grenades earlier versus BTR, but this time versus Megastar, I will hit the mark. Vexy, left alone, 1-man army versus the entirety of Freestyle, going to be shut from the back. Actually doesn't get the knockdown. It was that was an absolute surprise. Gets 1, gets 2. Vexy didn't hit the first time, but the second time around, it does pay off dividends. Vexy going to go for the confirmed kills. Be careful though, he might still come back. Kashif with the insane OP grenades is still around the corner. When is he going to try and strike back and get revenge on Megastars?
When I talk about Megastars, you talk about Vexy. Incredibly intelligent and well-rounded player. So aggressive, able to pull out those clutch plays, and that's exactly what he's doing towards the end of this game. But like I said, the likes of Team Secret, just looking to punish the teams having to try and make their way through. As the blue zone of phase 6 is closing on in. Morph coming in from the west, finds a little bit of a spot on the edge of the circle. I'm
genuinely impressed that Valdos Esports was able to make it away from the field. With so many teams down south of Yasnai, that's a huge achievement. They can be extremely proud just to remain alive for a little bit longer. I am not going to lie, Imperium. Now, Kings of Gamers Club still got the really good high ground. But now, because Valdos Esports beyond the walls, they're actually safe. It's like being at the bottom of a cliffside when a team's on top of it. They are safe for the time being. Grenades are still going to be a big issue, of course, because they're always an issue, no matter what position you're in. But definitely they are safe for a little bit longer. And those smokes also denying position and attack potential for Morph a little bit higher up north.
We're down to 9 teams, 22 players coming into phase 7. I don't think we could have asked for a better start to these PUBG Mobile World League East scrims, to be perfectly honest. Inside the Yasnai, couple of fields in play, bunch of players, a bunch of grenades as Braga knocks out Martin.
There you go. I mean, I said it right. Grenades are still going to be a big threat to Valdos Esports. Fine, knocked away. The res will be a little bit hard to pull up. It will indeed. No, you mentioned it. Potentially a city finish on this one. Well, we called it right, Imperium. We're going to be having a half city finish down south of Yasnai Polyana. Grenades coming out. Not going to be connected on Armor though. GR, there you go. 1, 2. Morph absolutely popping off right here. That's going to be an extra double knockdown. Velmoth, unfortunately, going to be caught out in the open. He had to move away from those little sides of the city. And that is going to be, unfortunately, the end of Valdos Esports to get eliminated in 9th position. And now Morph going to potentially try and go for the res down onto No Mercy 4S. But things are getting more set in stone. And still, the teams are in circle, have a great potential. But I got to say that Team Secret, they're looking strong right now.
Team Secret and King of Gamers, 2 teams that are probably going to be fighting for the golden spot as the grenades are being traded between Morph and Box. And just like that, Morph, even though they got player knocked down, they take down the whole of Box and take them off the lobby.
Morph, you absolute beast. Stay secure. All of those frags with one single grenade. That is absolutely insane. And now going to be clearing it down to 7 players in the city. But you know what? When the city finishes, that means there's going to be more teams remaining in later sections because you have more buildings available to play around. Still got freestyle behind. Be careful. Megastars, also, I got to mention, able to get the rest back up onto Swag. So that's going to make them back as a 2-man army. It will make things easier versus Celts. Versus Celts on the side now. Kashif still waiting for his time to shine. They're going to be crossing through. Really good smoke road coming out from Megastars, but unfortunately Loa will get the shutdown with a headshot to Vexy. That leaves Megastars down to one only player, but they're still keeping information onto the heads of Celts. And Celts, they're going to go for that rotation because now the circle shift was pretty central down south. All teams have to rotate, but unfortunately those big cross sections between the buildings are really messing up some teams to make their way in circle.
Yeah, Team Seeker just basically building, keeping teams on the eastern edge of this phase 7 circle. You got Megastars freestyle having nowhere to go. And then on the other side, on the west side, you have Morph, King of Gamers, and even No Chance holding on, but Offtails is going to go down to the blue zone, I'd say.
I think that might be the case. Oh, be careful, Kashif is going to try and get Vengeance, but no, the Vengeance plan will not pay off. Vengeance will not be working out for him. And there you go, Megastars, an extra kill for them in this game. 6 teams now remaining, about to hit top 5. Well, Atoy, he's just not taking away his eyes out. He's keeping it locked and loaded on Megastars. Do not want to allow them to cross through. They're going to be refreshing those smokes to make it over to the building. How will Team Secret respond to this? They know the smokes are coming out, but there's no way to respond. There's just so many smokes, even from the high ground. They just can't get information. They're in the building, but Loa going to shut down that push and instantly goes for the flush. Finally, that's going to be the end of Megastars, put down to 1 player. Vex is going to try his best. He's going to have to remain in the smoke for a little bit elongated period of time as he tries to potentially wrap around down the south. But things are not looking good for Megastars.
Yeah, we got 5 teams left, 13 players. Morph, King of Gamers, Team Seeker. But as Morph comes in once again with the grenades. With the grenades.
Oh my god, the grenades of Morph. They're going to be the outstanding performance of this game. Here it is. Zay, be careful behind you, my friend. He tried to go for a reload. That's way too early. The Kings going to try and best their defend versus the push of Morph. They lose 1, but that's all. They're still looking strong as a 3-man team. They've got to go for the flush, confirm all the kills they might get. Up to 7 kills from 4 to 7 in a matter of a few seconds. Snap your fingers. Absolute and utter destruction by the Kings of Gamers Club.
Concept single-handedly. I know they still had 2 other players coming in from behind, but Concept single-handedly kept King of Gamers in the running for this game. It's Vexy on the side build trying to hold on. But Mad Toy shut them down. We've got 3 teams left. We're in towards phase 8, the blue zone closing in. Team Secret, Celts, and King of Gamers.
And Rox. Oh no, Rox going to have to jump over. Look at that. The blue zone's going to be on his tail. You have to jump over, and you know that when you're jumping over some terrain like that, you unfortunately can't get it through. Ooh, 1 player. King's trying to drop down. I thought he was actually going to get flushed, but luckily enough, the timing was on his side. Mad Toy, can he get the flush? Grenades at this point would be absolutely huge, but Rox did go down to the blue zone as mentioned. And Mad Toy going to go for the jump. Now going for some parkour plays indeed, Imperium. I'm going to try and go for the corner play. Going to try and sandwich them up. We will be normally ending up with a King Club sandwich. It is. Losing 1 player. Team Secret looking absolutely insane in this 3v4 scenario. Now making it a 3v3 versus Bragger, Concept, and Puffer. How will they respond? Can the res still come on through? I do not think that will be the case, as unfortunately that 1 player is going to be coiled away. 2 players remaining, 3v2. For Team Secret, and they are not relieving the pressure. They are not letting anything go to waste. Kings are going to be trying to jump out low, get able to do a little bit of work over once again. They still got 1 more player remaining to get rid of, and that's going to be Bragger. A 1v3 coming down. Can he make things happen? That's a no. The clutch will not be happening on this first game. GG, well played to Team Secret. Scored himself their very first game on Erangel.
And what was it? The 2 teams that shifted and rotated to the southern edge of Yasnai came in the top 2, Team Secret and King of Gamers. Credit to King of Gamers, Concept single-handedly keeping his team inside towards the top of the standings. But Team Secret, honestly, what made that for me was Mad Toy's jump from one building to another. That parkour play effectively gave them the win. The reason why is because he was coming in from the high ground. He was actually able to get some core information, create the distraction, and then he had eye shots coming in from the lower ground level to get that knockdown onto King of Gamers, and of course just really have that teamwork synergize through, and of course close out the game. So well played by the teams in the final couple of circles.
And also, like, the push of Mad Toy, even if maybe he wouldn't get kills from that, which he would still had a great impact, it just forced, unfortunately, King of Gamers Club to actually focus on 2 points of pressure, so they had to, like, split their focus. And that's what really allowed them to get the win, because they were just cornered such an easy target for the players. So yeah, 11 kills also on this first game going over to Team Secret. Congratulations to them. We're going to have also 7 kills over to Kings of Gamers Club. Then also Chaos. I mean, Chaos, I'm not surprised. Like, they gave themselves a decent amount of frags. Also, 7 kills for themselves. Most of the kills they got actually was in Milta, and then they joined a little bit later on in Yasnai Polyana to get that 3rd position. Still, really good first game for them. Freestyle in 7th position was 1 kill. And yeah, definitely, I've got to say, BTR, you know, they had a little bit of a troublesome situation to rotate into Yasnaya Polyana because so many teams were there. If you rotate late, because there was so much action, you could sometimes slide your way through. But for BTR, it was just not going to happen. They got denied instantly.
And I also want to give, and you pointed out, huge shout out and credit to Valdus, right? Because they came in from the open field.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's always going to be incredibly tough. They did find a space inside the circle on the edge by the wall, and they tried to hold on, but of course, the pressure just became too much for them. And also, we gotta talk about their grenade from Morph.
Oh.
That one grenade to wipe out the whole of Box Gaming and just basically ship them in a box and send them out of there. Just, man, such a well-placed grenade. And that's where utility in competitive PUBG Mobile is making such a huge difference to these games.
Definitely. I mean, like, grenade, especially in city finishes, it forces you to get frags, potentially, if you want, force out a response on the opposing team without really putting yourself in a dangerous situation, which Morph, they got that shutdown with the grenades. They didn't even, like, peek or anything. They just, like, threw it over without really having a chance of giving the opposing side to go for those knockdowns, as now we're going to go for a few highlight plays. So let's go over those right now, and boom. There you go. Gameplay highlights going to be coming straight up as we have the early fight was No Chance and Team IND. Great plus from Choco Nuts. Able to just get the double flushes too, forcing, unfortunately, the other members of Team IND to just rotate away and not commit to the fight.
Then we had RRQ coming in, getting a wipe onto Nova Godlike just like that, shutting them down in this game 1. Of course, IND did recover to at least get a little bit of payback onto No Chance, but at the end of the day, the job was done for No Chance because they still ended up finishing in 6th place, so it was overall a much better result. And like I said, Choco Nut, 100% in my eyes is going to be top five fraggers of the World League East. That's my call.
And you know what, Choco Nuts, I definitely think has a big chance of making things happen. More of no, oh my, we didn't see that actually on Valdus Martin. Just like cruising through, hey, beep, beep, there you go, 1 player down. Then there was a response from TSM Entity against Synergy. I gotta say, that was a great play. They were still playing aggressively despite not having a man advantage in their focus. It was a little bit of a note on the weaker side, kind of breaches from Synergy because they went 1 by 1 and then they just kind of like didn't respond in a nice way. So hopefully Synergy can do a better performance going into our 2nd game. But there you go, the great clutch move from Vexy, able to save his team and even got the res back up after that on Swag. That was a great clutch play from Vexy. Vexy sexy.
And then there was even a later point where Swag kept Vexy alive as well.
Yeah.
After Vexy got knocked down. So that's why it's so important to get those rebuys off if you can in those kind of final moments. It's always risky, but if you can and keep yourself as a 2, 3, 4 man team, it's going to put you in a better position to get that chicken dinner.
That's when the push was happening on the other side of Morph trying to get things happening, but unfortunately didn't go too well for them. Kings of Gamers Club did remain alive, and then they were taking a fight versus Team Secret, and then Loa just absolutely clutching. I gotta say, Loa, I think, for the side of Team Secret, absolutely protecting that area like it was its own, and that was indeed the case. And they went over for the last member, there was Braga. It did not go down, unfortunately, for him, and there you have it. Those are the final scores. Once again, 11 kills, and the first chicken dinner of this scrim session going over to none other than Team Secret.
What a start. What a start to these 4 games. You know, like, I was thinking, okay, I knew the ending was going to get generally pretty crazy, right? Because I expected the teams to be somewhat passive to get in towards the center circle depending on the shifts. And generally, that's what teams did. The way we didn't get to talk too much about actually how teams rotated, but from looking on my feed, and at the end of the day, it spoke for itself. Teams rotated and respond to those circle shifts really well, and that did result in a very kind of clustered finish. It didn't help that was in Yasnai with that city finish, but man, what a start to the day.
What an absolute start of the game. I think also the playing path, did force a few teams to go out. Like, we had, Nova they got taken out a little bit earlier. We also had, Chaos that had a little bit of an issue early on in Milta. They also got himself involved in a fight with U Level Up that did lose this team for themselves. So, hopefully, the second playing path is going to be a little bit nice on these teams. But you know what? I think the playing path actually is not going to be too important because the second game will be on Sanhok. And you know what? The playing path doesn't really influence too much your Sanhok experience. So, with that said, Imperium, what I recommend we go for a very short break. And we'll be back shortly for our second game of this, World League East Scrim session in just a few minutes for some Sanhok jungle action. See you guys in a few short minutes. Hey, we are back at it again for our second game of the Scrim session of the World League Eastern Scrims. Once again, it's your host Max, man, with Imperium back at it again. Imperium second game is going to be coming straight up. It's going to be on the good old jungle map known as Sanhok. Let's see how things are going to be going down.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this map is going to go for these teams. Smaller map, smaller terrain, circle closes in quicker. It's going to bring the teams together, and of course third partying is so effective. But for anybody who is wondering, of course we mentioned that these are scrims. This is not, official World League games. These count for nothing in terms of the overall standings. This is just a way to test the servers, like you mentioned before, the start of the first game, just to make sure the teams feel a little bit more prepared, and just, of course, make sure everything is in order, and of course give everybody a little bit of a taste of what might come in the World League East. Of course, the World League East is kicking off on the 10th of July. Yeah, the 10th of July will be kicking off. So, got a little bit of time. So, if teams perform badly in these 4 games for whatever reasons, it does give them time to maybe, go back to the drawing board, adjust, prepare for the actual World League East. So, there's a long way to go at the end of the day. Plus, like you mentioned, the World League East, it's nearly a solid month of games. That's going to be crazy in itself.
Exactly, 1 month of game. There's going to be a lot of pressure, especially under which level of gameplay we're going to be going, because there's opportunities for big cash prize, big games versus big teams, big players, and also let's not forget a big spot.
Boy.
But big boy, that's us, the big boys in Imperium. So big spot for the World Championships at the very, very end of 2020. If the world doesn't implode by then, because no, this year's a little bit weird so far. So hopefully we'll be here to try and tell the tale. But with that said, Imperium, we're going to be jumping straight to our second game of the day. Let's not forget, game 1, if you did miss it, you want to go check out the VOD potentially won by Team Secret dominantly. In the first game, there was actually a city finish in Yasnaya, but now, jungle action, Northern Plain Path, here we go.
Welcome to the jungle. We've got fun and games. We've got everything you want and a bunch of teams where we all know the names. Let's see where they look to drop. Let's see what kind of early action will we see kicking off. Look, Northern Plains Directory, haven't really talked about it because you don't really need to on Sanhok. That phase 1 circle is definitely going to be crucial. If it hits all 3 islands, it's going to make things a little bit harder for teams, but if it stays majority on the mainland, that's going to be, in my eyes, a sigh of relief for all these teams.
See how things are going to be going down. No chance, no chance taking their chance of going towards actually boot camp. Going to be having box around there. Morph. I mean, we had some insanely good grenades earlier, but now we're going to be turning off the music and fixing on gameplay. Oh my god, okay, already some early action happening over here in boot camp. I mean, the death sentence can be spent on a few of these teams if they do go around here early on, so hopefully not too many teams will go down early in this game. They're going to be having Box, just unfortunately having PMI knocked away. Louis could still come around and get the res, but Zai 4S in definitely a little bit of a precarious situation. But still, the pressure's applied. There's no chance, even though they got the best building, which is the U-shaped building in the middle of boot camp. They're getting cornered by 2 teams, and if they peek from any location, might just lose a few members very early on.
True, but the good thing is that they can utilize both the low ground and the high ground, and even of course there's risk to put the roof to get that little bit of information. So we have 3 teams in boot camp. Let's keep an eye on that. But in Paradise Resort, we also have 2 teams coming through. That's going to be Valdez and Megastars. Megastars had a good game 1, coming in 4th place. Let's see if they can carry it forward, but not before Joni is looking to shut down Megastars.
Sports. I think they had a lucky star above their heads last game. I did not know how they rotated through the fields down south of Yasnaya was a Yasnaya finish. Definitely some really interesting and surprising things. You know what? In talking about like weird rotations, definitely rotating around Paradise Resort is definitely really, really risky. It's really hard to just move away from that location without taking big casualties. They're going to be having Encore going for really wide split. I love that position. So high ground too.
Yes.
And those are like why around the area of Paradise Resort is so interesting, because you've got so much terrain on such a small area. It makes your gameplay like very vertically based.
Plus, he can actually just basically backtrack down that rock to disengage away and then wrap around on the low ground of the hill to meet up with the rest of his team. But it's got to be important that he, of course, times it perfectly, as Martin is sending himself a little bit forward. Encore is doing his best to stave off the pressure being put onto by Valdez Esports. Valdez Esports, formerly Illuminate the Murder. Different name, so to speak, but same level of incredibly intelligent play.
Going wrap around potentially. MC and Paradox here just going to be cornered up. Players of Valdez Esports, and here it is. They're going to go for the push. Unfortunately, only got 4 bandages, and I will have time to use them. Not sure, just 1-2 bullets, and that will be game over. Definitely very unlucky on the loot there, because 2 teams, unfortunately, can't get fully looted over here in Paradise as well. At least it's really hard, and you have to get pretty lucky on the spawn rates. Definitely, when you're contested on here, it's never really a good presage for the rest of the game.
And I also love the fact that Valdez are just taking their time, because it is incredibly hard to play around and engage around Paradise Tour, because there's so many little dips and hills coming through. But a second knockdown comes indeed from Valdez Esports. And now as Encore tries to become the Encore. Do you want more? Or are you going to shut down Valdez Esports?
Oh, oui. Actually, it's French word, Imperium. I'm sorry. Did you know it's French, by the way? And I don't know if people realize it's a French word. Oh, you go. Okay, good job. Whoa, wow. Wow, indeed. Okay. Cultured indeed, yes. I mean, there, if you go now, some few grenades will be coming out. Megastar's definitely on the back foot. Wasn't even trade-off for the early stage, but now, unfortunately, I think the Megastars definitely do want to give this one up. But Nova, godlike. They're going to be, unfortunately, going down in last position last game. Hopefully, this one will be a complete U-turn. Yeah, nice knockdown. Pretty long distance, but it's actually not going to be for themselves. Another team that's going to be joining the fray. So definitely a little bit of third party potentially happening towards Quarry. Here it is, behind Team Secret, the winners of last game, game number 1 on the Green Pastures of Erangel. Great game, 11 kills. And they repeat that amount of success on the green areas of Sanhok.
Of course. Godlike. They signed Vampire from Orange Rock. They did lose Gil to Orange Rock, though, in the process. At the end of the day, it's still going to be up to them as a team to continue improving, evolving, build up their synergy. Especially, even on these scrims alone, you take the isolation of these scrims. Game 1 going out in 16th place. Game 2 inside Sanhok. They want to go up against the winners of Game 1. They've already got 1 kill. And now it's Vampire OP looks to take the bite of the neck and knocks down High.
High down. Nice response from Matoy, though. Definitely the player was allowing his team to get the chicken dinner last game by that push and the parkour plays. And there you go. 1 kill confirmed by Matoy with a headshot, even with a 9 sight on the AK. But here it is now. 2 players of Nova. Forward. You're going to be chucked on it. Whoa, man, that grenade was just going left, right. But there you go.
Right.
But they get the knockdown. Yeah, it still worked on Rakes there. Now it's going to be remaining on 1 player. Another grenade will be coming out, getting some nice tick damage down onto Zist. Will be going for a second attempt, but not grenade this time. A smoke to buy some time. And now, unfortunately, he's also got no meds. He's got absolutely nothing. He's going to have to remain with like the 15 health he's got currently. 1 bullet and it's game over.
The only thing is that there is still a couple of players of Team Secret that could come in from behind, but now as Mad Toy dips behind a rock, Zist is looking for him. Going to look to pre-fire those shots through the window. You have support from Cronton and Rayod, who did get revived up.
Okay, it's because unfortunately Mad Toy was not going fast enough. But I understand why you don't want to go fast when you have like such low health. Going to go for the early spray once again with the AK red dot. 1 bullet, that's all I mentioned earlier. They need it and they will get it swiftly confirmed. And now Team Secret, they're just going to be leaving the scene. But no, they get backstab and High shots getting taken down. Nova, godlike, with the early godlike plays, and there you go, 5 kills on the count for them, and off to a really good start, taking down the winners of game number 1.
But here's the thing, like, Mad Toy did such incredible work to stave off the pressure of Nova Godlike. Where was the rest of his team? You know, you gotta be able, you either provide the support and actually look to engage onto a team like that, or you disengage away from fully. The communication should have been there from Mad Toy to say to the rest of the team, hey, look, they're all here. You either join up and take this fight, or you disengage away. But instead, they kind of let Mad Toy go down, and then they actually rotated in the direction where the rest of Nova Godlike were. That was definitely poor play from Team Secret, especially off the back of winning game 1.
I think Austin just saw the Orm there and he was like, okay, now what Orm on Sanhok, not too sure I'm going to commit to that one, not really too useful, but here it is now, going to be Valdez Esports, moved away, they're trying to find himself a good position, Morph are going to be pretty close, Morph the OP grenades, game 1, back into action, well, action, going with the SKS, believe they hit a few shots there onto No Mercy. Unfortunately, not going to get anything extra out of that. Yeah, Morph definitely got a really good high ground position. If I were Valdez Esports, I would just leave it. I don't really see the use in staying in this position. You've got no compounds. You could get also cornered up by teams on the other side of the road. Also, teams are going to be up north of you. So definitely Valdez Esports, they got everything to lose in that current position. It is not worth taking that fight head on, in my opinion.
Well, the thing that both teams have to be very, very aware of and very, very careful of is the fact that Phase 1 Circle was so nicely towards the mainland, and those two teams did land in boot camp, that they could have a very strong risk against third party. So definitely, of course, keep an eye on each other, but also be aware that there could easily be a team coming in from another direction. You want to keep the pressure off yourself, but also want to make sure that you are not allowing teams from another side to put pressure on you. But now as Martin pushes his way forward up the hill towards Morph,
I'm surprised that Valdez Esports actually going for that push. That is a very ballsy move. Martin does get himself to the rock. I'm surprised they were able to actually make it up there. And now Grenade going to be cooked up by Martin, but no, he gets cornered on the right side. It will be a one-on-one trade-off. Dexy, No Mercy, got to push a little bit further back. Allow Franzi to potentially just snake his way back up to his teammates. Smokes are going to be definitely necessary. And Arbjo making his way forward. Car going to be used by Velmoth to push on forward. Martin could still get res back up. He is safe for the time being. I think they've got to focus on the res before fully committing. If they do that, they'll also potentially allow Frenzy to get res back up by No Mercy.
Yeah, Amjoni did try to cook up a grenade, but it didn't work out too much. He didn't go too heavily in the direction. But the revive is coming through on both sides. Yeah. So it's kind of overall even Stevens coming into the 10-minute mark of this game, Max.
Definitely interesting action. Phase 1 circle, just about to close up to Phase 2. Interested to see where Phase 2 might actually take us, but indeed the res will come on through, and there you go. Thank you, production crew. The circle pops up. It's going to be actually sitting in land. Not really a big change. Nice. You know, Megastars, you're going to have BTR, going to have to move a little bit in. Even Kelt's going to have to move away from Kampong. Really easy entry point from those other teams that are currently not in circles. So, really, this is not going to have a huge influence on these teams. Phase 3 is when the true action is about to come up.
Look at all the teams around Quarry. If that next phase shifts towards the west, it's going to be trouble for the likes of more so Synergy and Nova Godlike, but definitely for TSM Entity and Box, because Celts could rotate from the south side and come basically the north of Cave and third party the likes of TSM Entity. So that's just something to think of. I don't know how they'll rotate, but that is definitely somewhere they could go.
Definitely something you want to try and keep in your minds going into this. Once again, Kampong Team Celts is going to be having to rotate. They took a lot of time. They got involved in absolutely zero fights in this early stage. They got looted up, which was not the case, unfortunately, on their very first game going into Erangel. So they had a little bit. They were just forcefully pushed into a fight with like M16s. Not great weapons in the early stage. Kill feed slowly lighting up Imperium. Yeah. Interesting potential players coming out. Hopefully we'll be shitting over there very soon to catch up on the action.
Yeah, it seems like Nova Godlike, after taking down the winners of Game 1, maybe just feeling a bit more confident, though they did lose a player in the hands of Vampire OP, at least. Putting the hurt onto TSM Entity, and TSM Entity haven't really had the strongest of starts of these games, right? The first two games haven't really lit up, but that's what we know TSM Entity to be at times, right? Where they'll kind of have a couple of poor games, but then they'll just bounce back and get a 20-kill game with the chicken dinner. So, and plus, because of the fact that these are scrims, honestly, I believe they know exactly what they're doing, and they're indeed just not really worrying too much about these games.
Exactly, like it's just a training ground, just trying out different strats. And you know what, maybe they won't work out, but that's fine. It's just training. You've got nothing really to play around for these scrim sessions. It's just absolute training and also getting used to how other teams will play and respond in actual competitive settings. Long spray for Neo from TSM Entity will be coming out. Unfortunately, lost Clutch God very early on in this game. Very unfortunate. There would be down to Zed God, Neo, and Jonathan. Now here it is, Valdez. They're going to go actually form another fight, and this is going to be actually against Freestars, pushing up on the mountaintop Imperium.
Yeah, Valdez just looking to prone down a little bit. They are a three-man team. Freestyle are full squad.
They're not well positioned.
So Freestyle put in a pretty good work in Game 1 in my eyes. Max coming in from the east, putting the hurt onto BTR. Let's see if they can do the same to Valdez in this game too.
They're really not in a position to take a fight. They're not really ready to try to apply pressure on the southern side. Going to actually, Valdez Esports, get themselves closer and closer to the compound. They hear the footsteps for sure. You can see it where they're all looking at. They are definitely keeping their eyes out. Velmoth, if he gets peeked out, even Martin in the distance is just running randomly, potentially giving his information away. Black, I think, is going to attempt to peek very early on as he's just going to be leaning on his left side. gathering information, but no, actually Black will be the first casualty going down, knocked away by Valdez Esport, and now it is Velmoth going to be kicking things into action. Funny having 3 members, still really confident on the push. You might want to go and confirm the kill onto Black. Try and just make a freestyle rethink if they want to take this fight head on versus Valdez Esports.
What I love about Valdez is that instantly they get a knock, they look to engage, they look to capitalize on that. And that is a strong sign of a damn strong team, as a grenade's going to be cooked on both sides. Malik has to disengage away after hearing the trigger, the pull of the pin from the opposing players in through the building. Malik from the underground, just in between the ridges, going to be able to get the work done, and Belmont just confirms a kill onto Black.
I'm seeing the team coming from the backside, and I believe that is BTR going for the third party Imperium, but still Valdez Esports, they're kicking things into action, but to no avail, and there you go, BTR, the backstab of the century, securing himself a bunch of frags, and now they're going to try and pick up the remaining members of the opposing side of Freestyle, and no way, Jose! BTR, your world champion, secured himself a bunch of frags once again, and shut down this fight with a third party.
And that's what Sanhok is about. If you don't close out the engagements quickly enough, you're going to pay the price. And what did I say about the circle shift, by the way? If it went to the west, it was going to hurt the teams around the quarry areas. The fight between Nova, Godlike, and King of Gamers starting to kick off. Riot is knocked down. This just trying to hold on against a full squad of King of Gamers.
Gamers trying their best to make it happen over here. They've still got 4 players remaining. That is huge, but now they're finally going to be losing their first one. That's going to be Puffer down. 3 players still in play. Concept trying his best, but maybe you want to try and jump out of the building eventually, but unfortunately that will not be going their way. Nova, Godlike, once again, not going to make it anywhere above top 10. They'll be going out in 11th position. And I was surprised actually seeing that Kings of Gamers Club did not actually push out of the building. They were playing very safe. I think that there they should have been a little bit more confident and took it in their own hands. But still, the attempt was really good, and King of Gamers going to secure himself a bunch of frags on Godlike.
Yeah, but still a better game looking at
yeah, sure.
When you're going from game to game at the end of the day, you know. And that's all we can kind of at least go for by now, right? It's the only thing we can really take into account is the fact that they're going from game to game. It also is a different map as well. Sanhok is the kind of map where you do need to be aggressive. You need to be able to execute your team fights. So I'm expecting the likes of BTR, Valdez, and TSMNT to get some pretty strong results when it comes to the World League East in this Sanhok map, as Synergy, as a full squad, just synergize our way into the circle, into strong position. Let's see if they can at least add a couple of kill points to their name, as they're down to 10 teams and 37 players.
Yes, they got the high ground right next to King of Gamers, the one that 5 versus Godlike. Lucky enough, they were able to get the res back onto Puffer also, so everyone's going to be back to full health. Now they're also making their way towards the box. They see them on the mountainside. There's a few rocks, a good, nice little bit of terrain to like behind which they can actually hide. So hopefully Box will not scout them out. Never know. At this point, just a few pixels out of place will alert Box and potentially allow them to take the entirety of this fight for themselves.
We did see Box go down to the hands of a single grenade in game 1. I don't think it's going to be the same in game 2 because of the lack of compounds in Sanhok, but either way, they will want to be wary of that utility being thrown out by an opposing team, as BTR have 4 kills to their name, coming in from the northeast edge of the circle through Paradise Resort and Hill. They do hold on to a little bit of a high ground, but also is that mix of low ground where they can just dip behind, get a little bit of information. They're inside the circle. They don't have to push too far forward. Just look out for a couple of pixels out of place.
Exactly, BTR, the low ground. We talked about it right around Paradise Resort. Always a tricky area to play around. Vexy's got the high ground. Vexy is going to go for the Vexy sexy plays. We'll have to see. We're going to be panning over, actually, over to Box and King of Gamers, which is a fight we mentioned that could be potentially breaking out. And actually is because King of Gamers are actually pushing on the position of Box grenades. 1, 2, 3. There you have it. Absolutely popping the hell off with those nades. Another one right towards Liu. Is that grenade going to be on point? He did take a little bit of tick damage right there. They do get extra knock on PMI behind it. He's going to be alone now. Going to have to take care of that fight potentially on his own on the forefront. He's still got one player a little bit further back, but I think he's healing up himself. Yeah. But definitely, the grenades absolutely on point from King of Gamers, but unfortunately not quite able to end the fight prematurely.
Out in the open, in a building, Box Game is still susceptible to a couple of grenades, as Loy looks to just push back down. Both these teams are inside the circle. We did also see Vexy get put couple of little bit of hurt onto BTR, but they couldn't survive, so that's going to be the end, I believe, of Megastars. And on a side note, I heard that you know that inspiration of experiment with the Vexy Sexy.
Vexy say, I mean, you have to. Experiment is like, I'm going to say my dad, but it's also your dad. You know, he's our dad in Imperium of a Soul. Experiment, an absolute legend of a caster. Much love. I hope he's proud and he's watching right now. But now, Synergy, you know, they got himself the nice high ground position. The thing is, right, they're not in circle. They're going to have to tumble downhill, and that's going to make things a little bit tricky because going downhill, especially on an area known as Sanhok, where teams can be lurking at any area of the map, it does make things a little bit tricky. So hopefully Synergy will not get himself caught out. The better play would not to be through Celts. You want to try and rotate or straight down onto the western side or just down south. I think south would be the better play because you got a road on their west right now. So it would be a little bit tricky for them to make it alive.
Let's hope Celts don't become the Jack and Jill of Sanhok. Anybody knows that poem. Either way, they're going to be able to look to push forward their three-man team. They do have Synergy right in front of them who have a player knocked down. That's Zigjaw, but Awesome Bot X and Ted, two players who are incredibly talented and strong, ready to at least somewhat try to punish Celts.
It is. They're going to go for Synergy pushing up grenades of retaliation will come out as unfortunately Ted and Austin. And I thought that grenade in the kill feed was actually him. I was like, oh wait, no, just a second. That's another team actually going to be popping up over there for King of Gamers. Once again, King of Gamers grenades absolutely on point in this game. I want to see the morph grenades come out eventually throughout the board. King of Gamers taking some actually pretty big casualties in the feed. Oh, grenade's going to be actually jumping right behind Ted, taking quite a bit of damage. 1/3 HP remaining. He's got to jump away. Chaos not relieving the pressure. Looking for one, does get the knockdown, but unfortunately in the building, Austin just get knocked, but that is all he will be able to translate it into. And Chaos going to be picking up their 4th kill, going for the res on Ultron, and they will be successfully taking down Synergy.
Picked the right moment to engage and got the job done. And what was very important about that is because they knew that they were potentially getting third-partied from another team. That's why they hugged the edge of that circle. So they were a little bit more down the dip of the hill so they weren't getting too pressure. But Box Gaming retaliating against King of Gamers. They're going to throw their way in. Nice double trouble play from Box Gaming to take down King of Gamers. And also, they're in a compound well inside the circle.
Indeed, looking pretty central. A few teams going to have to fight. You also see yourself TSM Entity. They're going to be trying to defend all of the West, and they're going to be versus Team IND. Going to be starting Kratos of IND that's going to try and rotate down south, avoiding the confrontation. You do not want to mess up with the players of TSM Entity. So you know what? If that was me, I would also do the exact same. Just walk around if you can avoid fighting them directly. But careful now, the high ground going to be in favor. I believe there is no chance up there. That is indeed going to be the case, and it will be a 4v2, but they're just going to be sending 2 players up there. They want to keep their eyes pried open to check out what's going to be happening actually in circle so they can look a little bit further beyond phase 5.
If you remember in game 1, TSM, I believe at one point we were down to 2 players, and they were able to protect that compound against Synergy.
Yeah.
It's not quite a compound, but as a 2-man team, TSM Entity can at times feel like a full squad. That's how good individually they are. That's how synergized they seem to be at times.
And their guard going up. They lost Jonathan and Clutch God. Clutch God died actually really early on. Not sure how, unfortunately, get taken out very fast for them. Right, they're going to be actually trying to just crawl their way into the circle. The mollies will be coming out. I think that potentially no chance have an idea of what's happening, but I think that molly's going to be indeed a little bit too delayed and not even on point there. Going to be a little bit too far away from there. And Zedgod, here it is, taking a fight to see Kratos, the last member of Team IND. He's going to be actually suffering some blue zone tick damage very soon. Imperium, no phase 5, tickles a little bit more. You want to try and avoid staying in there for too long because you can't tank it for an elongated period of time.
Definitely putting No Chance team on a bit of a pedestal in my eyes. Like I said, the wildcard qualified team. I was curious about what they would do and how they would be against these top teams. And I know they are just scrims, but in my eyes, they're impressing us right now. Heavily impressing us.
Can do statements in this type of games, just show what people should be prepared to see. West Circle did actually shift to northeast, actually just having Morph in a pretty good position. Morph, if they can go central position there on the high ground, they have a big opportunity of taking this game. Box going to have to move away from their compound, then you got one building, and I don't think you want to focus all the players in one building up north there. The reason why? Predictability. Grenades have been so good from Morph. If grenades come out of Morph onto Box, I don't think they'll be able to make it out alive, because one building, you can just spray 3 grenades and you basically cover the entire building, and that will be game over.
Before Morph can focus on that, they've got to try to take down Celts.
No!
As Ultron unfortunately does bleed out. And it's a matter of hello darkness, my old friend. And what I love about Morphs is that they're not only narrow-minded in one direction, they're looking across the rest of the circle. They know that it's shifting in their favor, therefore teams are coming towards them. So very well played by Morph so far, coming into late stages of this game.
Hey, I think it was just a question of time really here, Imperium, that we were going to lose Krytos. Team ID out in 6th position, 5 teams now in a play. SM Entity, still surprisingly enough, dealing with the pressure despite not having a great position, but now it's going to be the eyes focused onto Morph. They got the good high ground position. They're going to be potentially contested by No Chance, but here it is now. Whoop, okay. I mean, definitely cars are not meta too much on Sanhok, but definitely not in the late game, and got absolutely lasered. Celts out in 5th position. 4 teams now remaining.
Oh, Heineken gets knocked down.
Oh, wait.
And TSM Entity are pushing their way through. What did I say about TSM Entity? As a 2-man team, they can feel like a full squad, but this game is firmly in the hands of Morph. They took down Celts at the right moment. They pushed them back, and now they can focus all the teams on the West.
Now 3 teams gonna have, no, Box Gaming gonna have Morph back at it again, and TSM Entity with the 2 remaining players. It will be definitely an interesting fight to see who will be potentially taking it. 3v3v2. Morph slowly going to try and crawl their way up. But you know what? TSM Entity, they're the closest team so far. And you can definitely take a 2v3 fight and make it turn in your advantage. Now let's see. With some utility chucked out by PMI, 5th player of Box are going to try their best to make their way forward. But that's going to make it also predictable in the way they're going to be walking out. Grenades, if chucked properly by Morph, could put an end to that repositioning of Box Gaming. Let's see how they're going to play around this. I think that, yeah, definitely Neo is interested to see how Box are going to be pushing out. Here's the footsteps. He's going to be focused on them for now.
Aiming himself towards TSM Entity. Down on the prone play. Neo becomes a snake and gets a knockdown onto Hoya.
Wow.
And then Loy is going to get counter knocked down indeed. Nice play by TSM Entity. Neo is the last player standing. He is also the last player standing for Box. And like I said, this is all in the hands of Morph, right? They were able to sit back, relax on the eastern side, and now they got that 1 player left. Takes him down, and Morph Gaming get the chicken dinner.
I gotta say, Morph, how they executed that last game. You know, you might be thinking, oh, they were just waiting, they were camping, they were just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Well, that's how it happens most of the time. When you have like a small circle with 3 teams remaining, how do you play around that? It's very simple. Wait for the 2 other teams to fight each other. When they're already in the middle of a fight, go for the 3rd party, and that's when you know they're struggling. That's when they already took some pretty hefty damage. Morph, you know what? They took that one easily. They still had 3 players remaining at the very end, shut down the last player of TSM Entity, and there you have it. But still, I gotta say, huge respect goes to TSM Entity. With 2 players in the mid-game stage remaining, they were able to move away from positions which I did not think they were going to make it out alive. They were pressured so heavily by Team IND. They were pressured so heavily. Also, it was by No Chance at one point. And then they still made it out alive into the late-game circle phase. That's insane for me.
But here's the thing. That's how dynamic TSM Entity are. Not only because they're aggressive, but they're a team that really take advantage of the edge of circle play. And they danced around those rocks and that grassy area that Sanhok provides. So it was really well played. But as we're getting into the highlights, we are seeing BTR put down the Vexy in the early parts of the game. This was Celts. They also had a pretty strong result in this game, right? They finished 5th. There's going to be 2 consistent results in these 2 games, the 3rd and the 5th. That's something that I'm more going to be looking out for, the consistency of these teams heading into the World League East.
Yeah, definitely. Like 5th position was 4 kills. That is some really good point standing from them. You hit your average you're looking for. Then Neo, I really liked how Neo was playing around that. Then Louis tried to go for the peak, but he was looking for a completely different target. The fact he pushed actually towards Box and not really being scared of that push, I think was definitely what allowed him to get those double knockdowns. Unfortunately, I believe those 2 were not translated into kills directly. And then, of course, No Mercy coming out. No Mercy, this game, 7 kills alone. Yeah. Absolutely mental. And then that's going to be another, like, you know what? Last game, it was Chicken Dinner going over to Team Secret. They got 11 kills. Another Chicken Dinner, but this one for Morph, also 11 kills. So you know what? 11's the lucky number for the Chicken Dinner winners.
110%. And it was also nice to see Box, you know, have a 3rd place result, getting 5 kills. Because in game 1, they finished in 8th. And they were put under pressure. And, of course, went down to that 1 golden grenade at the hands of Morph in game 1, and they were facing pressure from the utility in this game too, which is something I'm gonna see if there's a bit of a pattern with Morph. I know that, Box, in terms of, do they find it hard to deal with utility in a defensive way? So I'm gonna keep an eye on that, but either way, it's still great to see them get a better result.
Definitely really happy for all of these teams involved, able to take a pretty good performance. We're going to have a, unfortunately, last position was you level up. No, you level up on the two first games, having a little bit of a troublesome scenario, but hopefully you level up. We know what they can do as a team. Hopefully they'll be able to do some really good performances, because our next map will be on Vikendi, and Vikendi is, and also Miramar, completely different experience in terms of rotations, how we play compared to Sanhok and Erangel. So hopefully these two next maps will be an opportunity for the teams that struggled so far to just get a little bit of a high level of gameplay and secure themselves some at least consistent performances, just like the likes of Celts and teams like that.
Yeah, totally true. And then, you know, talking about kind of consistency, somewhat the inconsistency of Team Secret, going from that first place in game 1 to 14th place in game 2. And look, I know they're only scrims, but I like to kind of just, you know, plant a little bit of a seed of, could this be showing up in the World League East? Could this, you know, just that little bit of a variable? Will Team Secret prove to be inconsistent? Of course, time will tell.
Exactly, but there you have it, Imperium. That's game number 2 in the books. No more jungle action for today. I mean, I think that one game was just enough jungle action for like the week. I'm waiting until the World League actually starts right there, so definitely some great Sanhok action coming straight up. Hope you guys enjoyed at home. With that said, as always, we're going to go for hopefully a very short break, and we'll be back shortly for game number 3, which is going to be on Vikendi. My favorite map, and also yours, Imperium. We absolutely love it. Some snowy action coming straight up, so if you want to see that, stick around, and we'll be back shortly for the 3rd game of the Scrim session. Let's 2 games down, 50% done with the scrim session of the day. I'm ready to go into our third game, which is going to be cold frosty map known as Vikendi. My name is Maxman with Imperium once again to bring you the action of game number 3. Let's go.
Absolutely looking forward to 2 incredible matches we've had so far. And look, like I said, these are just scrims. So this is not, you know, the full power of these teams, right? There's still so much to come once the World League starts. And, you know, want to give a huge shout out to everybody that has been supporting the stream and also been supporting myself and yourself, Max. And also being correcting us on the team names. That was definitely a bit of a mistake on my eyes. I thought It was pronounced Celts, and I've been corrected that it's Celt, so my apologies. And also, Synergy is actually Synergy, so sorry about that, guys. We'll make that mistake again.
There you go, that's completely okay. We're here to try and fix things up before the World League also, so that's fine. But Imperium, I got a little bit of news for you guys at home and for you, Imperium, in case you didn't check it out. Okay. But we do have the overall standings are currently updated, so I recommend we should go check it out. So here it is, overall standing. We're going to go and start from the tippity top of the mountain indeed, as Morph, with their chicken dinner on Sanhok, will be a team currently in #1 position. 4, 5, 6, 7 points ahead of Team Secret, also getting very own chicken dinner that was on Erangel, but definitely really high on the tippity top. And like Team Secret and Morph, they're so far ahead from like third place, which is so far held by Kings of Gamers Club.
Yeah, it really has showed to be that fifth place and that first place. That overall consistency has proved to put them on top of the mountain, and you could say they've morphed their way to the top. It's not the first time you'll hear that pun. Or sorry, should I say it won't be the last time you hear that pun. But also, look, I've got to give a huge shout out to King of Gamers and Celts. I know there's only been 2 games, but they're in 3rd and 4th place respectively. They're on 11 kills each. They've had very similar placement points. So really consistent play coming out from those 2 teams.
So last position, we have a few other teams that are over there so far. For example, Synergy, You Level Up, RQ Athena, Freestar, Godlike, Team IND. Hopefully they'll do the comeback. You know, we're 50% done, but here we go, Imperium. We're going to be jumping into game number 3. Let's dive right into the action. See how things are going to be going down this time around on Vikendi. Let's go. Playing path going to be going straight in half the map. All over from the areas towards Hot Spring Contra. All over up northwest towards Port.
Now, we do know that Vikendi has a tendency to give us a phase 1 circle that's 50% water. I've had that so much. I know you've had that so much. I wonder, is it going to be the same in these scrims? I hope not, because I absolutely love Vikendi, and I know having 50% water in phase 1 does hamper the way the teams rotate. And I want a nice clean middle of the map circle, so to speak, to help keep things off. And look at that. It's not quite the middle, which is a pretty damn good start. Hey,
I'll take it. Like, you got like 1% water in that. Yeah. Like, I am genuinely happy. Like, actually, a few days ago, I got my first game of Vikendi of the past like 2 months where I actually did not have any water involved. So you know what? I think the caster curse is broken. I think we were able to escape from that, but we're going to go on actually... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, Megastar's going to be doing Paradox on the roof there. And whoa. Okay, some really big boy action happening in the early stage versus, well, actually one team that is currently very low in the standings. That's going to be You Level Up. And they are hoping to take potentially a fight versus the other squads. They still got 4 players remaining on their side, and they picked up also 2 kills, which is, in the first few seconds of this game, they're way better performance they had so far.
Yeah, 110%. Volnovo is definitely densely packed with players. You have BTR, they're on the eastern edge of Volnovo / on the other side of the river, but definitely between Megastars, and you lose Encore coming in to at least get a nice knockdown with the I might add.
You have to just like emphasize the because, you know, we have like me and Imperium, we like to have a history of talking about how you pronounce the word. Is it UMP? Is it we all know who's right. Me. But there you go. That's completely okay. But the UMP still, you know, a really nice weapon. Did have a few changes in the last few months, but still people can play around, and it's still like a really good early game weapon.
I'm gonna ask the question in chat then. Do you guys do you pronounce it UMP or do you pronounce it That's what I'm kind of curious about in chat.
I think they're more intrigued with the gameplay now.
They don't care how it's pronounced. They're just going to get the job done with it if they have to. It's a weapon that they've needed to pick up in the early parts of this game just to get those couple of kills as they look to seek revenge until you lose, confirming that kill. It is a 3v3.
In Encore, playing on the rooftops. You know, it's a little bit like playing around cliffs, really. If you're just on the lower side and you're just going on the sides of the walls of the building, you can't really get threatened by the high ground. It's just really good at giving information away. Over reload, but that's okay. I'm going to be panning over. Ooh, okay, to Team Secret. Winners of Game 1. Chicken Din on Erangel, fighting versus No Chance. No Chance lost, unfortunately. One member that was off Dales. Hopefully we'll be able to take that. But yeah, Team Secret also lost one. One member knocked away. There's Mad Toy. Mad Toy was like the playmaker, I would even say, of the team so far. Yeah. Unfortunately, get him knocked away. Not really in the spot to get res back up. This is really tricky. Oh my god, godless. 1 pixel. Sprayed down with a really good spray on the Uzi without even a red dot to go for. There you go. That's going to be potentially the end of the opposing side. He's going to be left alone. They go for the spray. They're going to try and breach the building. Ireshot trying his very best. He does get the knockdown onto Heineken, but unfortunately will be very shortly lived. No Chance. They're going to be taken down one of the top teams in the standings, actually second position team so far in the standings, as we saw earlier. Great job from them.
Wow, 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row, Team Secret have gone out early on in this game after what was a fantastic game 1 result of a chicken dinner. That's, again, not trying to plant the seeds, but that inconsistency, that do or die, that either strong result or bad result, will we see that in the World League East from Team Secret? But once again, No Chance team proving their worth in this PUBG Mobile World League.
There's Megastars. They want a piece of the cake. Hyuxian going to be the next focus. They're going to go in the exact same building. He's going to be... Oh my god, he's not going to be peeking out just yet. Went for the last opportunity. Gets one. Can he get the second knock? Oh, I got to say, he waited the perfect amount of time. But unfortunately, will not be rewarded heavily. Only 1 knockdown going his way. And the rest of his team is just completely running away. If they were like closer to the tether, they could have worked out. But like, yeah, they just unfortunately were so spread. Megastars playing together, breached at the same time. It was well executed for them.
And can we also just talk about how well synergized Megastars were? 3 players coming into that building, right? You know, and I think when you're hanging around Volnova and inside the city, I do think it's very important to stay inside those buildings. But talking about staying inside those buildings, Rail has been knocked down outside of that building at the hands of a box.
Another god like this is definitely we want to see them perform, you know. I think this is like actually their first games that they're doing on a live broadcast on PUBG Mobile Esports since their pickup by Nova.
So.
You know what? We want to see a statement from them. Also, maybe they don't want to reveal their new game plan, their new mastermind plan going into the World League. So definitely they might be hiding a few tricks up their sleeve that they want to reveal just yet. But still, we want to see some big kill counts from Nova. Nova godlike, as here it is. Box Gaming going to be sending 1 member forward. That's going to be Louis. Luigi. I would love to do the imitation, but I'm going to keep that for another broadcast. I don't think here's the time or the place.
And here's the thing, like, what in my eyes, you know, with Godlike, as this fight's kind of going on, they're the kind of team where they don't really show off. They'll just get results when it's needed. So I'm not expecting a huge show-off type of game for them, but Cronton's going to try and do his best to hold on, but the pressure from Box is just too much.
I mean, this is what I want to see. This is how you breach a building. I see so many mistakes from some teams, even like tier 1 teams sometimes. They just like breach 1 by 1. They get absolutely denied the compound breach. And there, even though it was upstairs, they went just all at the exact same time. They got like 3 knockdowns because of that. And now they're just going to be Nova Godlike just moving away. And with only 1 player remaining. So definitely 1 player remaining is not really a playmaker move if you are playing on a map such as Vikendi. Snakes don't really live in the cold, so that will be definitely a really hard attempt for Nova Godlike to make things happen on this 3rd game.
It's not over till it's over in this game for your team, right? Nova Godlike still has a player left standing, but Boxer is just going to look to try and recover. Yeah, Loy is on his own. I don't like that, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
You know, that was always a bit of a risk, especially coming in on a vehicle where you're going to be heard sooner than you're going to hear the opposing player. But as he looks to get on towards the higher ground, just overlooking the last player of Nova Godlike, can he at least prove to be fruitious on his hunt to get the last player?
I mean, definitely, as you said, like, right, that car is bringing a lot of attention to him. And they still got a full team. Why are they not committing a two-man push? Really, that would just secure it. And if a member does get knocked away, he can get res back up. It just makes it a lot easier, and you do get the man advantage back in their side, because I'm sure they can do quick math. They know they shut down 3 members. They know 1 escaped. They know exactly where he escaped. They should just get overwhelming with like man advantage. That's like the better way to play it. But definitely Box Gaming, at least they're not pushing too far, not getting too overzealous, which at least is something that I like.
Yeah, no, of course, and we did see towards the end of that, Box did look to go a little bit closer to getting join up with that player that was kind of looking for the last remaining member of Nova Godlike. But as King of Gamers become the bridge camper, so to speak, outside the circle against BTR. BTR did drop down towards the east side of Volnovo. Will they be able to hold on inside the Zima? It's smoking up. Horizon trying to heal up. Does indeed get a first aid kit off, and now he's going to get out of that building. He knew that was going to get blown up.
Exactly, so BTR, they're slowly getting cornered. I mean, there's so many no-can crannies held so far by King of Gamers. And BTR here, the only way they can deal with this is just like get some good peeks and peeking properly. Oh, that molly was pretty good. If that was a grenade actually and it was cooked properly, that could have actually had a huge impact onto BTR. They got one member knocked away. They're going to be committing one extra player, which is Concept, to get the res back onto Puffer. I got the impression that every time we see King of Gamers, it's always Puffer that's knocked away. Poor guy's getting cyberbullied at this point. Let him play some PUBG, please. God damn it.
Well, when you're looking at this, you know, I know Puffer's knocked down, but he should get revived up. If you really look at it, King of Gamers have BTR. Sandwich, and not just Sandwich, but they have those two players up on the high ground, and they're absolutely shutting BTR down. And I believe it's just Ryzen left standing.
Oh, down to Ryzen. They just said last man standing, and they're sort of going to push because they know that they got the entirety of Bigatron shut down. Ryzen going to try his best, and in one shack. I mean, lucky enough for him, no, there's not really windows in which through he can throw those grenades. Only the door up front, so at least he knows exactly where to come out. Actually, no, could chuck it in that small window back there. Going to be chucking a lot of utility. Some mollies in front to stop them from peeking too heavily. They're just going to be cornering up and himself right on top of his head. So this is just, they're going to, like, they should wait for the two other players to come out, really, from the top side and actually try and overwhelming as a 4v1. Because there's still a risk of it, like, going in favor of Ryzen, right? Especially with those smokes. Their utility was good. Molly going to be inside the building. They want to force Ryzen out of the building right there. Unfortunately, will not be taking any damage from that Molly, unfortunately, to no avail. King of Gamers slowly going to go for the push, going to go for the early spray in the smoke. Definitely really good use of Ryzen with the utility, as you have to say. Random spray once again with a red dot Uzi. Does get Boss Zessa pretty low. Once again, I gotta say, really good timing from Ryzen. He's playing really well around that utility, despite in a 1v4. Oh, grenade. That's gonna... Oh, no. He heard it. Ryzen gonna be in a bad spot. Grenade comes out with solo HP. One more bullet will be coming out from Boss, and there you have it. BTR eliminated. 13th position for them on this Vikendi game. They'll be going out the lobby really quickly on this one.
And honestly, of course I could have said that King of Gamers took too long, especially because they were outside the circle. But honestly, I also like the fact that they did it at the end of the day, take their time. I just fear that that's going to have a ripple effect where coming into the next circle, wherever it goes, if it shifts heavily away, hopefully we'll see on our sides, that could definitely have a huge negative impact on them getting into a safe spot into circles. We do see it in front of our very eyes. Because look at where King of Gamers are. Yeah, okay, they have a little bit of space coming into circle, but as it centers off quite nicely, it won't be too bad. But again, they will want to be careful on how they rotate into circle. Compound, heavy, Vikendi is, so at least that will have a bit of a benefit for them.
Obviously, you've seen also like two teams, Nova Godlike and also Box Gaming up north are out of circle currently. But it's phase one, they can tank it up, and also there's so much room up north, and especially on the east, on the western side of the circle. It is so many entry points for them. So I'm not really scared for them whatsoever. Celts, though, again, pretty close to no chance. Going to go for them sprays, no chance. They got the high ground, but the compound is in favor of Celts. So really, this is a fight. I would not recommend no chance to take on the long term. If they get a bunch of knockdowns, then you can commit. If they got cars, which unfortunately cars cannot yet see, but they get a tanky down. But still, committing like that as a 3v3 with one member knockdown on the opposing side, I would say you need a second knockdown to make it worthwhile and go for the breach, which as of yet, they just don't have.
Yeah, let's see if Celts can stave off the pressure. I'm emphasizing Celts just so I don't make that mistake again as a synergy to at least capture that nice little drop crate.
Also, like, no, a little bit of a comeback to the poll we did a little bit in the chat, right? No, how you said it, UMP, the everyone's writing that, like, UMP in full caps was like spaces between the letters. So that means, in my opinion, that I win the battle. So Imperium, you know what? There you have it. I win.
You know what? I think for that, I'm going to refer to it as UMP from now on.
Thank you.
If I ever refer to it as UMP, you can give me a slap.
I mean, okay, that'll be like a very expensive flap having to get, like, you know, the plane ticket and everything. But I think worthwhile. I think stonks for me right there, definitely.
Well, you can have a notepad and go, okay, I own 1 slap, 2 slaps. You know,
and I owe you, yeah.
If you wish.
Okay.
But now it's Valdez. TSA Menti, nice grenade.
Ooh, okay.
Good God, shutting him down.
Yeah, definitely. That grenade was absolutely on point. After it was Clutch God moving a little bit too far forward and a bit overconfident against team of Val. Valdez Esport will go and get that flush onto Clutch God. Clutch God, like, he's the other player that I think is getting absolutely bullied out of the game. He's going to get flushed out. I mean, let him play some PUBG, please. TSM Entity, Jonathan very far to the side. Kind of making me a little bit unsure of what's going to be happening for TSM Entity. But you know what, Jonathan, he's got a position at which if they do try to breach directly in the building, they could get sandwiched up actually because of Jonathan. Jonathan, once again, I just mentioned it, right? He has an angle that can deny them from breaching this compound. And even though it is a risky position, if you play it off properly and peek, safely and respectfully, you can get things done. Now Martin going to go for the spray on Jonathan, going to rotate back with his Dacia into the compound because he gave his position away. He tried to go for that surprise shot. It didn't result in a knockdown. He's not going to get overzealous. He's not going to get overconfident. Back over to the rest of the team.
But here's the thing about TSM. I mentioned it before, right? They've had 2 games. First 2 games, they'd basically be down to 2 players by the middle of the game, and they're still in 5th place overall in standings. They've lost a player early on. They still have 3 up. I have no doubt that, look, if they can at least stave off the pressure of Valmus Esports, then hey, great job. But sorry, Valdez, should I say? But otherwise, they still have the compound that they can use to play around Valdez.
Circle phase 3 gonna be. Hey, you know what? These circle shifts are actually they're so player friendly. I don't know, right? Every single time, pretty central. A little bit shift the lane up north, over to the east or the west, but just very slightly, not too much of an issue. And I mentioned it, right? The Box Gaming, they had the entire north or even the western side of the circle to entry to get an entry point in, and easily done. They're easily going to find a good position. There's so many compounds for them to pick from. I think that's completely fine for them. So delayed rotations on Vikendi, I think they're fine to do as long as you're respectful and you just also scout properly.
What I do worry about this circle positioning so far, at least I know it's only phase 3, but that it is heading in a direction where it's going to be an open field with little compounds in play. That is always going to be a hard job to deal with, but as we did see, TSM Entity at least staving off the pressure, getting an initial knockdown onto Martin, but the revive did come through.
Okay, so Velmoth still looking. Nice shots there. Oh my god, they're showing their back to Velmoth, but no, so actually because of how they're rotating in that building, they're guessing okay, they're not looking in that direction, actually focused on the rest of the team. They're going to go for the push. Arm Joan. And for Jonathan will be taking a 1v1. Jonathan comes out on top, will win the kill. That's an extra point over. 5th kill actually for TSM Entity. I was not expecting that such a high kill count. Here it is, but no, why are you going outside? That's such a risky play, Zedgod. Neo will be maybe following suit. He's put extremely low, but why would they go out of the building?
I know. You've got the compound. Play the compound. Don't expose yourself like that. Jonathan's low on health. He's going on to 1v2. He gets knocked down.
Nah. It's just not going to happen for Jonathan. Unfortunately, it will be confirmed. Still got 3 players alive. Armjane was confirmed earlier by Jonathan, but now Neo could still make things happen in his favor because he's got that wall. He's in the open. They're going to have to push pretty heavily towards that compound, but are they going to fully commit? I think they will, knowing how Valdez Esports has been playing so far. They took situation and pushes that I did not think they could win, and they won them. Big respect to them, so they are definitely not going to be scared, even though it is TSM Entity. They're going to go straight for Neo to confirm the team squad wipeout.
Plus, they are playing around their surroundings really well, because even though they're out in the open, there's a lot of trees and rocks that they are using to their positional advantage. And of course, they've been helped by the fact that TSM Entity, they kind of go outside that compound. But at the end of the day, they put the pressure on. They haven't given room for TSM Entity to breathe. And they've just been slowly restricting the space. And talk about slowly restricting. Neo is on his own with his back against the wall inside this building, and the Valdez player is ready to strike.
And for the push, Neo, how will he react to this? On V3, and oh my god, gets absolutely lasered by Godard, and there you have it. Well, TSM Entity out in 11th, 10 teams will be now remaining. I mean, it was definitely, I liked how the start of the defense was coming out from TSM Entity, right? I think it was well executed. It's just, I think that they committed too heavily to that specific playstyle when they should have maybe adjusted a few times. And unfortunately, it will be the end for them. It's still great stuff coming out from Valdez Esports to earn himself an extra 4 kills on TSM Entity. Not sure what their kill count's at so far, but I think it's a pretty hefty kill count for them.
It is. It's looking pretty strong. And in fairness, TSM did go out with 5 kills. Credit to them.
True.
Now, as this fight goes on between King of Gamers and the one and only Synergy. Synergy did confirm a kill onto a member of King of Gamers, so it's at least a good controlling start in this team fight. But as the next circle does expose itself, it goes towards the northwest. There is still a few compounds in play, but that open field by around Freestyle Synergy and kind of King of Gamers is going to be risky if it stays in that direction.
Will I ever get my Dino Park finish? I mean, definitely a
No,
long
you
time since I had a Dino Park finish. I would love to have one eventually. I mean, the one I really want is a castle finish, but that one, we all know is never going to happen. So I won't really just keep my hopes up. Yeah, once again, you know, Box Gaming playing very, very passively, just slowly lurking their way into the circle, playing the edge. I got to give respect also to Zist, right? Last member of Nova Godlike, just remaining. He might get gatekeeped a little bit of Aldous Esports, so hopefully that will not be going down for them. But here it is, King Gamers. Going for their push straight towards Freestyle. Freestyle going for the spray, putting the pressure down. It is now. Concept was already taken out. Boss, Bragger, Puffer going to making it over to the building. They shut down BTR earlier. Now they're looking for another kill to shut down. But, oh, Freestyle, he's just going to be running away. And the high ground is going to be actually held by. Going to be Synergy. Oh, that's another fight. I was like, wait, is this the same fight?
Yeah,
no, this is a completely different one.
It's kind of 4 squads rotating around the area. You did see Celts get punished by Synergy, but now as Synergy has to be careful of both King of Gamers and of course Freestyle. It is a little bit of a rumble in the jungle, so to speak. That is Vikendi. As play is going to be coming out, is going to be behind the wall, but Bossa is just kind of looking to flank around to the side because he knows that there's a player there from Freestyle.
You got 4 teams in this location. You got Freestyle, Celts, you got yourself Synergy, you also got yourself the Gamers. Definitely some third parties could be happening over here, especially for Synergy, because they got a great high ground position, but it could get denied away by Celts. Let's see how they're going to be pushing there. They did get one member res back up. It's completely okay, but this fight is going to be very taken, like really, really taking its time, as no one really wants to get overzealous, especially in how good Freestyle can be responding against breaches. They did really good. It was on Sanhok, but then there was a third party of BTR that did shut them down. But hopefully Freestyle will be able to make something out of this.
King of Gamers, they did well to rotate away from Synergy after losing a player. And thinking of the late game, and I reckon that will pay off if they can continue and take down Freestyle in an effective manner to create that extra space. Of course, depending on where this next circle does shift up, will it go in the favor of these teams? It centers up quite nicely. Still, the north of Villa in play. Valdis looking pretty strong on the outskirts of it, but Box are also sitting pretty on the west side of this circle. Plenty of space to the southwest if they choose to go in that direction, but they are shifting up to that compound as a 2-man team up towards the northwest side.
No chance they're going to be going through Villa. Going pretty good for them, but Synergy, once again, still on the high ground. They haven't moved just yet. There's no reason to. They're on the southeast section of the circle, and they got a good high ground. They also got visibility. They're scouting information on where they can rotate upon the next circle shifter, which will be phase 6 on the next time around. So definitely, I like how Synergy are playing around this, but I think that they should commit heavily to a 2-2 split rather than like a 3-1, which I think is a little bit off-putting. Now Celts, a tanky going to be put down. Celts also very split. I think that these 2 teams are like, no, they got good positions, but I think they're not using it to its full capacity because of how they're splitting up their teams. And I think that definitely how they're doing it is not allowing them to get like maximal efficiency in these positions.
Definitely, in my opinion, Synergy needs to take the chance. I know they're a little bit more together now, but in my eyes, they want to be fully together and fully committed to take on a fight, whereas they do look just a little bit too separated. Another team I want to point out who've been a little bit quiet so far in the first 2 games is Team I&D. Let's see if they can actually pull out a strong result, as they are still in the top 10. But as a knockdown comes through onto a member of Celts, Ultron will look to get revived behind that rock.
That'll be the case. The smoke is definitely going to be pretty helpful. One thing that's actually really good, right, is that they got rocks that's actually up north of them. So actually know that they're not going to get backstabbed. They can pull this res off with knowing that they're not going to get attacked from the northern side. So at least that is a little bit of like, a net of security for them. But I want to see Synergy. I still think they should try and go for it. They got knocked down sometimes, and they're not committing to it. And I think especially with like Austin being on the top of the mountain with that org, I think they could easily just apply the pressure, allow them to get the flushes down on those 2 members. They're not committing to it just yet. Tanky, they see it. They're going to go for a nade right behind Ultron. Put him down to about mid-health. They're just very hesitant on both sides, respectively. A lot of respect coming up on both sides, like a mix of respect and fear, I would even say.
But here's the thing: this isn't helping any of these teams, because if you remember, I mentioned King of Gamers. They're more closer towards the center of the circle, because right now these teams, they're inside the circle, they're kind of towards the edge. But if this next phase goes against them, these teams are going to be very heavily punished. You got to think a little bit more about the next phase, a little bit more against the late game. And just as I called it, it's just heavily away from them. And now this fight is outside the circle, and time is ticking before the blue zone starts closing in.
And I believe we just saw you level up, getting actually taken out of this game. Fortunately for them, they'll be taken out in 10th position now. 9 teams. We've seen a circle actually shifting. One compound, dead center. I think Team IND might be the one to actually go through it. They already got a one-player Slayer in the car. So Doge an intention of trying to get himself central circle. But a lot of teams going to be taking fights on the edge of the circle. Rotations will not be made easy this time around, Imperium, because some backstab could be definitely happening. A small molly going to be chucked over by a tanky. Fortunately, not going to be resulting in too much being actually done on Synergy. Maybe just forcing them back a little further. They can't pick on rocks too heavily. But this fight has been going on for like, what, 2 minutes now? We want to see a conclusion to this. Come on.
If anything longer, it's been going on for about 4 minutes overall. Of course, they are a little bit taking their time to destroy the beat, but still got a lot for the streets. And the streets being the snowy mountains of Vikendi.
There you go. Ted is going to go for the push 1-2, and there you have it. Rox is going to be still in the distance, but unfortunately so far away, you can't do res from a distance. It would be a cool feature to add maybe, but that is just not going to be going down for Rox. And he's just going to have to remain as a one-man army, just like Nova Godlike. Now back over to another fight that's been lasting for absolute decades at this point. It's going to be King of Gamers versus the Freestyle players. Still got a 4-man team, luckily enough for them, but they're trying to rotate in circle just like King of Gamers Club. And the compound, I thought it was going to be Team IND actually going for that position first, but no. It's going to be snatched away by King of Gamers Club, and they're going to have that position under control. Boss a little bit late on that rotation, but we'll make it very soon.
That could definitely favor King of Gamers, and I definitely love the fact King of Gamers are just being forward-thinking, and I mentioned it on the previous phase on how it's gone against Synergy and Celts, and it's favoring King of Gamers, and they're looking to do the same thing as No Chance team are being engaged on by Synergy.
There you go, Synergy. They're going to get attacked. They're going to get pushed back by No Chance. No Chance doing some work I'm not expecting. They got focus on every single player. Survey with the Orc doing some work, but Godless is going to be left alone for No Chance. No Chance indeed for him. His Lucky Charm will not have any impact, and there you go, Synergy coming out on top. Still, 7 kills going over to the opposing side for No Chance, but that will be the end of the course for them. And now, wait, got 7 teams. It's going so quick right now in PM. All the teams trying to rotate in, but there's only one compound to play for. This is King of Gamers game. Take for themselves.
Now, around the compound, there is quite a good few rocks and trees that players can play around. We've seen Valdez Esports coming in from the side of the road on the north side. Martin's going to take a little bit damage. He will look to heal himself up. They are still a 3-man team. They do have the remaining player of Celts taking that blue zone tick damage. Will most likely lose his life unless he gets a heal off.
The Rocks, here it is, the last playoff Celts in the blue zone taking the tick damage. And it's such a delayed rate. Oh, there you go. Rocks will be taken out. I thought you could have potentially denied the kill by just dying to the blue zone, but it will be given over to Valdez Esports. Up to now, 8 kills. Going to go potentially for the double res on Godard and also on Velmoth. Hopefully that will be happening. But Martin's just so far away from those 2 players towards Villa that I don't think Martin can get anything done there. And because it's going to be so late in the game, Martin going to be actually flanked from the side. Zixel doing so much work over there in the distance. Martin's only got 1 more minutes before he has to push away from this location. I think this might actually, unfortunately, be the end of Valdez Esports in this game.
Zigzaw is doing such good work as a solo player. But of course, with the circle shifting up north in the last phase, Team IND, they try and get the work done. Slayer knocked down, so the revive will look to come through. Team IND recently added 420 OP, the former Umamba player, to their roster for this World League East.
Team IND able to get the pressure down, but still Freestyle is going to be down in the south. They're going to have to contest each other because the team that rotates first, the backstab could be happening, but one advantage that Team IND has so far is the man advantage. The res is still potentially coming out on both sides. I don't think they're going to be fully committing just yet. Some utility, some nades, some smoke, some mollies could be coming out to get some more of a good point of pressure on Freestyle. We saw actually a few explosions in the distance. Yeah, TSM. Sorry, no, Team IND, should I say. Going to be trying to go for the res on Kratos, but that's fine. Freestyle. Very spread, unfortunately. Yeah. I don't think they don't have the tools definitely so far to take the fight versus Team IND. There's no way for them to do so.
I was thinking about like the circle ending in the field, but it shifted away from the field, and Freestyle looked to try and take control of the field in case it did end up in that direction. But now they're gonna try and take on the side of Team IND.
Are still trying to take the fight. I talked about it right. The backstab could be happening if you rotate, and it's exactly what's going to be happening. There you go. Freestyle 1 kill potential on Kratos is going to be ticking down because of the blue zone. I think they could try and go for a little bit of utility, but Team IND, they know they can't trample off the rest, but now the building is putting pressure down on these players around the circle. And that's going to be, of course, King of Gamers Club. They are putting the pressure down. They're securing all the kills, but The last bullet will be thrown away. I believe it was by Team IND before going down themselves, and that was indeed the case. They shut down Freestyle, but Team IND also get taken out. 3 teams now remaining. Box Gaming. You also got Valdez Esports and also King of Gamers Club, which did make their way through. Oh, no, Louis, don't go for the car. That is way too risky.
And then we do lose the last remaining player of Valdez Esports. So it comes down to these 2 teams, the full squad of Box, and a 3-man team of King of Gamers. None of these teams are inside the circle. King of Gamers have to disengage away from their compound. There's a couple of rocks and trees in play. It's going to be a matter of who takes the first push. Who is going to be the sacrificial lamb for their team, because you've got to bait out your opposing team. Of course, time's ticking down before the blue zone starts closing in. Of course, a little bit of a risky play. High risk, high reward could come to be fruitious for any of these teams.
Second remaining, the sprays will be coming out, but I think the Box Gaming, they have the better position so far. They're so spread, they've got so many angles. They're not quite in circle, but none of these teams are actually in circle on phase 8. I think that how Box Gaming can play around this, even though they lost one member, now it's going to be turned into a 3v3. The amount of map pressure they have is absolutely insane. They're going for the spray. Can they get one? No, they don't even get it. PMI gets confirmed, but Boss, that was a risky move, but actually pays off. I'm genuinely surprised he's still alive.
What did I say? High risk, high reward! High risk, high reward, but the grenade from Loy knocks him down. That's unfortunate, but that's what utility does to your game plan. Great play by Box. That's going to leave it down to a 4v2 as the smokes come out and King of Gamers try to hold on, but it's going to be too much, and Box Gaming come out on top.
It was already sealed, as I mentioned, Imperium, how that game was going to go. Box Gaming, they had just 4 angles. Sure, one player was knocked away and was confirmed slowly after. But at the end, even with PMI dead, they had so many angles. And one rock was not going to be enough, right? You saw that grenade coming out absolutely flawlessly. The only way for them to make it out alive was to get the smokes through, which they did, but I think they delayed it too much. They got pressured by the blue zone. I know that when you're pressured by the blue zone, that is when you do mistakes. And I think that if they went a little bit earlier, I think it could have worked out, but still, it was such a hard repositioning. I think they were still going to go over to Box Gaming.
I think the main thing is that actually, if King of Gamers had out a full squad, they probably could have gotten the better of.
Yeah, maybe.
Box Gaming. The reason why is because that extra man advantage, that extra positional flank, meant that they could afford to not move in towards the edge of the circle on that phase quicker. Whereas King of Gamers, they only had 3 players. They had to take that risk. In credit or credit due, they tried to take in their control, but it didn't work out. One thing that I did notice, Max, every single winner so far in these 3 games have gotten 11 kills.
Yeah. So much on like the second game, like 11 is like the lucky number of these winning teams. That is for sure every single time. We've seen then on the highlights then the little bit of a weird play from TS7 Entity. Unfortunately, Zed got pushed in a little bit too far of the build, well, way too far out of his compound, unfortunately. And I think also it was Jonathan maybe a little bit too confident on his push there. We're going as like a YOLO player and trying his best to make the plays happen. He got, you know, 1 kill, almost a second at one point, but it just didn't work out for them. So TSM Entity not going to make it very far in this Vikendi game. And then the fight of 100 years. It was Synergy versus Celts. They got 2 knockdowns, remaining only was Rocks a little bit further in the distance. But I gotta say, Synergy, that position was absolutely awesome. And the fact that it gives them also such a good scope on the circle made their rotation right after so much easier.
And I also want to give a shout out to Team ID. Like I said, they're a team that have been relatively quiet in those first 2 games. But in the 3rd game, yeah, of course they were indeed quiet again. But they still got 4th place with 4 kills, and like I said during the broadcast, they have recently added a couple of players, most notably 420 OP from Umamba. So they are looking to kind of rebuild that synergy and get that you know, kind of communication down to a T before the World League East.
Well, sure, we can then finally see the final kill rankings and the leaderboard of this 3rd game. Is that it?
Yeah.
11 kills. A lucky number for the chicken dinner winning teams. And yeah, I'm surprised. I gotta say, the repositioning of King of Gamers was absolutely on point. They got the main compound under control. The rotation on the very late phase 8 circle was absolutely, you know, very hard for them to secure, but it was still a really good attempt. I think Team IND should have rotated first, and they showed the intention, but they delayed it a bit, and then King of Gamers just took it away from them.
It's also the fact that King of Gamers, like, what, at around 12-15 minute mark of the game, we're fighting against Synergy.
Yeah.
And even Freestyle. And they said, nah, you guys fight on your own. We're out of here. We're, you know, we're playing for the late game, buddies. They did, and it resulted in a second place result. Plus, never mind the fact that King and Gamers game 1 got second place. Game 2, they got 8th place. They're already looking pretty good in the standings. I know these are only scrims, but once again, consistency in my eyes shines through for King and Gamers.
Yeah, I'm really happy with all of their games so far. They've been able to pull off, after at the very end, Morph unfortunately taking 15th position in this third game. Very unfortunate, despite the fact that they had such a good first game. Their second game, they resulted in a chicken dinner with 11 kills. This one, you know what? Every game can be a good game. Sometimes you're going to be taking a really big L, and unfortunately, that was one of the big L's of the day for Morph. Hopefully, game 4 will go a little bit easier on them, but there you go. Box Gaming, third chicken dinner of the day for themselves. They have it. Imperium, no, I don't know if you have anything to add on this game before we do go for a short break. We've got some, some Miramar, not Miramar. We've got Miramar action coming straight up normally very soon.
It's honestly, I just absolutely love those circles for Vikendi, and what I expected. Those circles were absolute poggers.
Absolute pog. I couldn't say any better right there. So definitely some more action coming straight up, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar coming straight up. If you want some desert, very tasty action coming straight up. Stick around, short break, and we'll be back shortly for the final game of today's scrim session. Go.
Come on, man. It was, yeah.
You're muted. Imperium. No!
Hello! Welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile World League East Scrims. Max was like, do you want to do the intro for the last game? And I was like, yeah, okay, why not? Forgetting that I had myself muted. Good job, Imperium. Good job. But hey, we've had 3 fantastic games so far. We're heading into the 4th and last game of these scrims. Max, I'm sorry I let you down.
It's okay. I mean, I think that to do an intro is better if, you know, you can talk to do the intro. You know what? That's fine. Next.
You didn't say vocal intro. Maybe I was going for
sign language.
Intro.
Hey, all inclusive. There you go, but that's completely okay. But ladies and gentlemen, what I recommend we do is we take a quick look before we do dive into the final game of this scrim session on Miramar and take a close look of the overall standings. So let me prepare that for us real quick and check out the tippity top of the mountain, see who is going to be over there. So 3, 2, 1. Here are your top teams so far in the World League East scrim session. Box Gaming coming out on top, and from that chicken dinner, Vikendi, they're going to be taking up the top of the standings in #1 position, 3 points ahead of Kings of Gamers Club.
But here's the thing, King of Gamers Club, no chicken dinners, still in 2nd place. That consistency, that it speaks for itself. And even Morph team, right? They got bottom of the barrel last game, 15th place, no points, still 3rd. Team Secret, 2 bad games in a row, still 4th. So there is, in my eyes, other than Box Gaming and King of Gamers Club, I do think that realistically some teams do need to think about their consistency, because like we talked about, the World League East is for like a near month. There's going to be a hell of a lot of games, and within that games you've got to show your consistency, because every single point will matter.
I can see the bottom side of the barrel synergy. You level up RQ Athena. And some teams that did unfortunately have to move out also of this event because they're not playing anymore. So like, for example, you've got RQ Athena that had to move out. So unfortunately for them, they're not here. But hopefully they'll be having a good impression. But anyways, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to keep you waiting any longer. Game number 4 is now underway. The desert, non-player friendly mountains of Miramar are going to be under play. And here it is.
You know, one thing I do want to point out is that we've had roughly around 16 teams playing these games. There's still 4 teams that we've yet to really see, right? We've yet to see Yudu Gank, the Malaysian team, Reject Scarlet, the Japanese team, Xenon, the South Korean team, and Orange Rock. Even though Orange Rock seemed to join the lobby for the first game, I think they dipped out for whatever reason. So, you know, there's a lot of variables we have to take into account because, as I said, not only are these scrims, but there's 4 teams we've not seen, and also these teams have not seen play in these lobbies.
Here we go, Imperium. The playing path, you know, a little bit northern. Tierra Blanca all over to the southern side of El Pozo. The river will be around there also. No, it's a pretty friendly playing path, I do have to say, on this huge map known as Miramar. Hopefully Phase 1 Circle is not going to go heavily down south, because if it does, with this playing path, it will force a few early rotations, but we're going to have some early. And that's going to be full Nova Godlike picking up their very first kill. Like in the first few seconds of this game, they're going to be chasing one player Goddard of they're just going for it.
It was with a UMP as well.
Oh, he said, I'm blushing.
Are you proud?
I'm proud.
Are you proud?
I'm proud. Thank you.
But I can learn. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I'll tell you what, I've proven that you can teach an old dog such as myself a new trick, which is how to pronounce ump. See, UMP. But either way, you know, Nova got a first initial kill onto the members of Valves, but they've got to be able to close out this fight, right? They haven't had a good game so far, and Vampire OP once again going down early on in this game.
Yeah, they're going to be unfortunately trading that one out. 1-on-1 trade-off, 3v3 fight will be happening. There's still a member of Godlike that should join the party a little bit more offensively, in my opinion. Godard doing some work still there with those uses. I'm hearing a lot of uses popping up. I mean, using the early game in these like close quarter fights are definitely exactly what you need. An M16 for Martin, that is a weapon that's like good at that kind of range actually versus Kronten. If it was actually a little bit more melee range, it would make things a little bit harder for Martin. And he's going to go straight for the building. Where's Godard? They're going to confirm the extra kill on top of Zist. Now they're going to go for that very own res. They're going to be remaining as a 3-man team. And that's the issue I was talking about, right? I think Kronten should have tried to join, but unfortunately, he just didn't cross early.
Well, no, it wasn't just that. It was also the fact that Nova Godlike seemed to look to try to engage without getting all the information, because he saw one member Nova Godlike go in between the two buildings when there was actually a member of Valdis inside one of the buildings behind him. So that lack of information essentially caused Nova Godlike to lose another two players, and it's of course left Cronton on his own.
Freestyle and Synergy. They had a little bit of a love story last game. They got a little bit of fight on the mountaintop. Not really getting like fully involved, you know, taking a few shots at each other. Nice and friendly, as you do in PUBG Mobile. That's fine. Yeah, Synergy definitely going to be having one member very far forward, which is actually going to be Servi. So hopefully no grenades will come out from Kashuf, because you saw how good his grenades were on the first game, right? On Freestyle, absolutely popping off. So hoping that they can get a really good performance this time around, because they definitely need it. And then they got like a decent opportunity in Vikendi to get a good game. Didn't quite pull into a chicken dinner, but still, I got to say that Freestyle, over the course of these last 3 games, I think they've been, like, you know, pretty steady, pretty consistent in how they play. But unfortunately not getting, like, those big point plays that are really they're looking for to try and rank up in the overall standings.
Yeah, right now they're just kind of missing a little something. You know, they had 7th place game 1, 12th place game 2, and 5th place game 3. Now is Cronton hearing the footsteps. He's on his own. 3 players of Aldous coming in. Yeah, good job done.
Even with the surprise factor, it didn't even work out. They tried. They even like shooting his like box at the end there. Goddamn, leave the man alone. Leave the man alone. Let him rest in peace. Jeez. At least he can go eat dinner. You know what? That's fine. You know what? I'm sure he can go eat now. He's going to be able to get himself some box of cookies. That's what I would do every time I lose. No, just to cry myself to sleep. There you go. I think I'm going very deep, like emotionally in this. I think I'm too invested. I'm too invested, Imperium.
Talk about being too invested. I don't think Freestyle is too invested in this engagement onto Synergy. He's got 1 knock, but in between all the smokes, the revive should successfully come through. The one thing that Synergy have to be aware of is that there is a couple of members. If you lose, gonna take down a player of Fox Gaming.
You level up doing some work from them. I mean, definitely, they find one member out in the open. Like, they're just, of course, they're going to go for it. Every single point does indeed count. And that's also the kind of mindset you want to see these teams and players adopt going into the World League. So, definitely, that's why I'm expecting for them to go for a little bit more consistent. Grenades utility will be chucked by Synergy and also by Freestyle. Baba, join. Please, come on over here. You're not being really useful from so far on the backside because they're getting fully breached by Synergy. And I think that definitely this is a good fight that could go in the favor of Synergy. Tez going to be knocked away, actually. Here it is. Baba's going to be coming back. The cavalry is joining the fray once again. But, rip Baba. He's going to be taken out as he joins the fray once more. Now Synergy. They have 2 members extremely low. Zigsaw and Servi. How are they still alive? Austin still going to be full HP. They have to go for the push. But Freestyle down to 1 player. And he's got almost no more HP. He's going to go for a little bit of a grenade or a little bit of a smoke protect. No, that's going to be a grenade towards Baba. No, he's going to be actually throwing it down on the side. Going to be jumping down. Does get a little bit of damage down on Austin. But the molly pays dividends. Synergy picking up 4 kills over here in this fight versus Freestyle. Easy team squad wipeout. They do lose Ted, but 4-1 trade-off. That's still a win in my books.
And then on the other side, we are seeing Celts engaging on towards the side of Morph, but they are trading blows as Frenzy with the M4 looking to confirm a tanky, as Ultron is on the other side, gets a member of Morph. So they're trading kills, but at the end of the day, Frenzy is the last player standing for Morph.
Shot's going to be happening. They're remaining as the last member of the Celts. Yeah, Celts definitely, as games goes on by, they lose their members pretty quickly. I'm a little bit intrigued to see how things will go here. He's going to get himself in the muscle car, which, you know, I asked this like a few months ago, why is it called a muscle car? And even to this day, I should do like a Google research as to why it's called like that, because I don't know.
Because it comes from V8 engines, Americans kind of like, you know, muscle, it's like loud, it's brash, it's, you know, it's kind of a man thing, so to speak. That's where the kind of muscle
America! Rick, yeah. Family-friendly version right there.
It's just like, it just kind of comes from that moniker, but either way, it's a beautiful sounding car. The only thing is hard to navigate in amongst the real, you know, harsh terrain of Miramar, and that's, you know, we haven't really, because the action has been unfolding pretty quickly in front of our eyes, we haven't really had too much of a chance to talk about, you know, what Miramar, you know, provides and how you have to work around and how you have to play around a harsh terrain and kind of mix in that quick rotation with between the roads and the train and where you position yourself.
I know the Miramar's in a category of its own in terms of maps. A little bit similar to Vikendi in some aspects, but definitely now going to be having one player with no chance. Anakin just around here. And sprayed down by Winter. But unfortunately, he is getting cornered up. If he takes the car, I think it will make himself an easy target. So he's kind of like pinned into place because Winter, if he tries to move away from him, he's going to be so predictable on his movements.
I'm a little bit surprised you haven't said Winter is coming. But I'm actually a little bit disappointed.
I mean, it's Miramar. I mean, is there Winter in Miramar? Did that happen?
It's not the point. His name's Winter. He's looking to come
I'm sorry.
A no chance team. It was a perfect time. But I'll tell you what was also a perfect time. Heineken getting knocked down by you, Luke.
I don't want to talk anymore. I feel like I disappointed the Imperium. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Winter! Winter's gone. There you go. Happy? Summer. It's summertime, Imperium. There's no place for winter over here. Ice spray from a distance. No chance. I'm surprised actually able to come back from that. Anakin was knocked away. The rest could still come on through. It's phase 1 circle. You can still pull off a res easily in the blue zone and come out on top as long as you got, the med kits, the first days, the med kits if you do have one for yourself also. Now they're going to go for it. Godless going to try and heal himself up. Really here. They actually lost 3 players. I just realized, wow. Okay, no chance actually taking it back in their favor. I'm genuinely surprised that's working out for them.
It was just a great flanking play coming out from the members of No Chance, and just very coordinated engagement coming through out in the open field. And that's always the harsh play about playing in this Miramar terrain, is that like you might have to dip in one angle, but if another player from the team is looking in your direction, you're going to get taken out.
Dragon that's taken down. Xian, can he make the... Oh, well. I guess that answers my question. I was going to say, can the solo play happen? That's going to be an unfortunate run of events for him. So, no chance. We'll have the chance of coming back into this game. We'll pull off the res. We'll remain as a 4-man team, and we'll get also the bunch of kills. So now Box Gaming, they lost one member. There was a Yuga a little bit earlier in the game, remaining as a 3-man team, looking for good position, rotating on the edge as they always do.
I was kind of thinking, why do I keep calling you level up, you lose? I don't know. I was thinking like, I don't know why. Maybe it's just because they've had some very poor performances and they keep losing in these engagements. 15th place in the second game. In the third game, they finished up in 10th place. Game 1, they end up going out early as well. And the last game of the day, once again, going out early on.
Second position last game. That's going to be Gamers Club. Yes, they still got 4 players. On the pressure down. Oh my god. Okay, low of Team Secret again. Absolutely battered by Concept with the Mini 14. They got a good high ground position. I mean, early on, the high ground position on Miramar is just such a valuable position. Everyone wants to play for it. Everyone goes for it and aims at that position. Reason why? High ground position. Pressure on teams rotating around. You deny rotations and also trying to set up rotations for yourself and your team as you rotate through. The reason why? Because you can get information on compounds, on open segments, and also you can get pressure on the low ground because there's so much low ground around these high ground segments, so it makes it so much easier for King to get the sprays down. But yeah, lower definitely in a little bit of a tricky position, but TSM Entity Imperium having one member, Austin of Synergy over there, unfortunately caught out in the open. Full clutch, we'll see, but definitely a scary foe to go up against the full team of TSM Entity.
You know, the only thing for Synergy and for Austin is that there is a couple of members of Synergy, well, Survey in the background, but with all members compounding down from TSM Entity, that's just going to be too hot to handle, and Survey can only do his best to try and shoot from the distance and push back the members of TSM Entity, maybe get cheeky knock.
You have Survey bringing a little bit of assistance from the back, but unfortunately Austin will be 100% confirmed casualty unless TSM Entity relieve the pressure. But now they see Survey. I'm pretty sure they want to try and keep that point of pressure. They might want to move a little bit closer into the circles to just fight from a very safe location to not get that. Oh wait, is that stuck? No.
That's what I talked about with moving around in that vehicle in Miramar, to be honest. Max, is that it's so easy to get stuck because it's such a long vehicle. Now they do have the golden Murado, but at the end of the day, they have, unless they can push that vehicle out, they have lost the vehicle.
I think that, but they could just push it if they want to, really, try and get it out. But look at that circle. We didn't talk too much about the circle, actually. I thought we might have like a Southern Island finish there. That was not the case. But I also seen Team Secret lower was confirmed out by the players of King of Gamers. That's going to be the end of them. And King of Gamers, once again, just like on Vikendi, right? Exactly the same playstyle. Going dead central, high ground. I love what they're doing.
Well, but in fairness, in Vikendi, they had to rotate towards the center, whereas now they are pretty much dead in the center. They can look to join up as either a full squad or maybe go for a 3-1. Even a 2-2, but I would recommend either a full squad in one area or a 3-1 split toward another direction. But then look at all the teams that are on the southwest. You have Megastars, you have Valdus, you even have kind of No Chance coming in from the outside, and Morph as well, just on the far west. So there's a lot of action coming up inside the mountaintops of the west.
That's going to be dry. Valdus Esports trying to keep the pressure down. Unfortunately, there's only Martin that's going to be there, so taking care of 3 cars at the same time going to be a little bit of a hard task for him to achieve. Yeah. Keeps it down. Just going to be saying, okay, Megastars, just don't get too close, okay? We are holding this position for ourselves. But now the circle going to be very interesting to see. Phase 3 is going to be closing up actually right now, Imperium. So teams are going to have to take that rotation in their own hands. I know that Valdus Esports are going to move. They're on the edge and rotating late on the edge of the circle on Miramar because it's such a big map. You know, there's still a lot of teams remaining in this lobby, which is going to be actually 11 teams. So you want to rotate a little bit more early compared to any other maps.
And now as Team IND get close to the Megastars, we're looking in the direction of Valdus. Now their attention is going to be firmly focused on Team IND, but in from behind, Team Secret could be the secret pocket player, the last remaining player high, coming in from behind and taking down a member of Team IND.
Doing some work. Here it is now. Megastars pushing towards Team IND, but they're just going to actually, I think, just go for the high ground instead. I think that's definitely a more valuable position for them. Team IND, like, okay, they're going for the high ground. We got to get the hell out of here. Which, indeed, I think they're going to try and do just that. They still got 2 cars. They could easily get away, and that dip is actually protecting them pretty nicely, and that is exactly what they have to do. And I respect that.
No, to be honest, I don't get that, because even though it's high ground, why are they going closer to the edge of the circle? That doesn't make sense to me. Of course, hey, look, you know, maybe they know more than I do, but in my eyes, it's short term. It's maybe looking to push back Team IND, but in the long term, towards the late game, towards the end game, is it going to go against them? Of course, we'll find out.
And they find out, just like how Team IND responded to that repositioning, I think that they would blame very respectfully, very passively. They got one member actually of Megastars who went actually out of the circle, and Blue Zone is going to be upon them very, very soon. So you want to try and get all of your players in one basket, and that basket is going to be the circle indeed. They've also got a player of right behind them of another team. Not sure who that was actually. Oh yeah, here it is, a Yuhai of Secret. But now still, King of Gamers, they just don't have to move whatsoever. A lot of teams actually in the north and also on the east, Imperium, moving away from Chumacera. The circle about to pop up. Where might it go? Take your bets in the chat. We'll be going up north towards Chumacera actually.
But here's the thing. Look at King of Gamers. They have looked to consistently reposition, looked to consistently play for that late game, and now they're on the southeast edge of the circle, all by themselves, plenty of space around them, and look at Megastars and Team IND. They've got to try and fight their way through. They're fighting against each other. Megastars, that was a mistake in my eyes.
But they're still going for the push. They're going aggressively. They got Kratos down. Slave was taken down a little bit early in the game, leaving Entrance and 420 OP remaining in this game. Stars play around this. Here it is. They got the high ground. 420 OP going to cook up that grenade. Could be huge on Encore if it does get cooked up perfectly. Does put him pretty low, and it does work out. It's actually Entrance that does some work there and hits the headshot. Going to be responded almost instantly on the other side of Megastars. But definitely there's a fight I think that both of these teams do not want to really get involved in because they're not in circle. They need to refocus on their position. 3 more seconds before the circle starts moving up. There it is. Confirming every single kill they might get. Swag going to confirm an extra kill. 3 kills so far for Megastars. And there you go. Team IND swiped off the surface of the earth right there. Taken out.
And even though I questioned their position and questioned, you know, going backwards, the fact that they closed out that engagement quickly is putting them in really a forefront position to get into the edge of the circle and at least play for the next phase and see where it goes. Hopefully it'll go in their favor. So good stuff from Megastars. It's a little bit critical, but job well done so far as we move on over to No Chance team on the north edge of the circle. Morph down towards the west side on the high ground of Chumacera, and towards the far north of them you do have the last remaining player, Celt Ultron, inside that muscle car, just hoping he will not get spotted out.
Yeah, in the bush too. I mean, you're definitely not going to be scouting out that too much. I think it is pretty safe. TSM Entity. And for the entry point into the circle, they've still got to commit 2 more players across that road. So I think they've got to try and do that right now, which they're indeed going to be committing that. Getting to the muscle car held by, that was Neo, I believe. Yeah, it is indeed Neo. They're going to get himself cross there as soon as they possibly can because they scouted. They sent 2 other members forward. They're like, okay, no one is there. They got the God of Mirado too. Just going to get that under position. But Survey of Synergy could be a thorn in their side. I don't think they scouted that. Actually, they're looking in this direction, so maybe. But because of that car, of that tree, and also the little bit of terrain, they should be safe for the time being. And they're the only team up north in that current location, so I don't think that any teams are really going to try and cause them too much trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be a matter of where this next phase goes in my eyes. as the blue zone starting to close in. Megastars, like I said, they were able to take down Team IND, and now they've made their way to the edge of the circle, and their next potential victims is right in front of them. That's going to be King of Gamers. But King of Gamers have been responding well to these circles. We saw in the last Vikendi game, it was King of Gamers getting close to the likes of Megastars, and they disengaged away. Will it be the same in this Miramar map?
Definitely, this is the first time that King of Gamers club will get contested. Paradox, what happened then? The kill feed seemed like a little bit of a cart issue right there. And Synergy also going to be popping up slowly but surely. An eye out for that, and the key kill feed. Some big fights will be definitely happening right now, as phase 4, phase 5 is the golden moment when the fights start to break out on a pretty consistent basis. Looking. They're still in circles, so really this fight could go a little bit longer, but I think they couldn't even avoid the fight completely. If I were Megastar, I would just go on the other side and not even take the fight versus King of Gamers. The reason why, they're so far away from the circle. It shifted phase 5 so high up north. I think that they got to focus on that mainly.
Now, King of Gamers seem to be disengaging away earlier, and that is absolutely perfect, but definitely got to be a little bit aware of that. So good stuff from King of Gamers. That will, of course, actually leave a little bit of space for Megastars to maybe shift up north and come in from the southwest direction of the circle. There is a team there, but there's only one team, and there is a little bit of building and compound area, and it seems like they are heading in that direction. Believe they don't really have much in the way of Eagles, as Ultron is gonna get caught out by Clutch God, and that's gonna be the end of Stealth. It was close, but no cigar, my friend.
Yeah, he was waiting there for so long, but Ultron will get denied. Unfortunately, nice play from TSM Entity. So many 14 shots coming out. Well, damn. Okay, I think that half of the bullets there just went straight into the ground, unfortunately. That's okay. Going to be trying to rotate their way through the eastern side, which is an interesting entry point. Known that Box have been playing on the edge since like minute 1 almost in this game. They're going to actually go for the breach, so some big fights going to be happening on the eastern side, but now the northern side, where most teams did not have to move. Now it's going to be TSM Entity moving away from their compound, which is slowly but surely going to be going out of the circle, and they're going to be facing straight versus the players of No Chance. A big boy sprays coming out there was the mini 14 of Neo. But unfortunately, the distance is pretty big, with those grenades actually being able to connect, I believe, on Choco Nuts, yes, and also off Dales, but not any further for them.
For a team that are overall very aggressive, where that can go against a player from that can go against a team like TSMNT played Miramar so well now. In saying that, maybe I somewhat castle curse myself, as God has gotten knocked down, but Clutch God should be able to get the revive up. Let's see how No Chance team deal with the amazing TSM Entity in front of our very eyes.
No Chance, there it is. Some more utility, some more nades. Going to get off Dale's low, and he will get confirmed out. The grenade actually gets even Choco Nuts, and that's going to be 2 players out of the count for them. No Chance of rest for them, and now TSM Entity going to be reversed and re-engaged by the other 2 players of No Chance. It's going to be Godless and Heineken. And actually going to be sending 2 players actually towards the southern side, actually trying to get a position decently in circle. I like what TSM Entity are doing. They're taking this situation in their very own hand, but Jonathan almost going to be taken out, but Clutch God, and now potentially going to get rested up back up by Zgod, but this is definitely a tricky spot for them to be, but TSM Entity trying to make the most out of this situation.
You got 7 teams left, and you got 4 of them up in the northwest of this circle. That's favoring Megastars. TSM Entity looking to push forward towards No Chance.
He's going for the push. He gets one. Can he get the second clutch move on Heineken? He makes it happen. Neo of TSM Entity securing the 9th kill. 1v2 for him. And now you might want to make your way back over to Jonathan. Clutch God, he's going to be a casualty. No way Jose is coming back in this game. You'll have to make it do with 2 players, but still huge plays from TSM Entity.
That's the TSM Entity I've been waiting to see all day. That is the power of this team. But now as we switch on over this fight between King of Gamers and Box, both these teams outside the circle, inside the compound, are going to be fighting up together as King Gamers look to join up. They are still a full squad. Who will come out on top?
I have to see, but so far we're going to be panning over to Megastars versus Valdez Esports. The fight's breaking out with Box. Seems like Box are taking some pretty big casualties in the kill feed. Keep your eyes peeled open for that. Martin with a high ground. 1 grenade. They're so close together. 1 grenade could literally shut down a few members on Megastar and get some pretty significant damage. Neo also Frenzy behind of Morph. Ooh.
Yeah, Valdez has Morph and TSMNT behind them.
What?
That's something I gotta think about. Megastars being protected by Valdez Esports are using that side of the hill to engage from a distance on the King of Gamers and Box.
Megastars, they're just doing a third party from like about 300 meters right there. That's a huge re-engage, stealing a few frags for themselves. 5 kills so far. They're looking for more. Buffer goes down, unfortunately, will be secured out of the lobby. 5 teams now remaining in this game, Imperium, but so far the teams are looking strong. That's going to be Megastars, a little bit of a split too. Yes, MNTT going to try and overtake that position, but still got to keep your eyes peeled open for Frenzy 4S of Morph, as he's going to try and just go for the third party after the fight engages itself. Well, scouted out.
Doing absolutely fantastic work, setting the standard and also putting them in a position because they've been engaging from third party distance. From far away, they're creating the space, they're creating the gap. And now
Frenzy.
Esports were taken out. Can TSM Entity hold on as more in the minivan? Come on, there's only so far you can actually go.
No way.
In the late stage of the game with that vehicle.
Everyone's shooting at him.
It's gonna get blown up. That's gonna be the end of Frenzy. Morph just really went too far.
Damn, I'm surprised. I'm like, what the hell is this van doing over here? They just lasered it out, fighting for that 1 kill, but it's perfectly okay. Now 3 teams still in play. TSM Entity, Megastars, Box Gaming. They got chicken dinner last game. Keep your eyes open for that. Can they do the back-to-back performance? We'll have to see. A great shot from Jonathan. Will be able to get the kill. I thought Vexy for a second got the Vexy sexy kill, but that will not be the case. And there you go. Box Gaming out in 3rd position. It's between TSM Entity and Megastars. A 4v2 fight. Will TSM Entity make things happen, Imperium?
We see TSM Entity get squadized with a 2-man team. We've seen them get them with a full squad, but they've only got 2 to deal with, as they are going up against Megastars. They've done absolutely fantastically in early engagement onto IND. Now it's going to be the final victims, which is TSM Entity. Jonathan looking to cook up a grenade. Neo's got 8 kills so far in this game. Can he add more to his name?
If possible. I do think that what TSM Entity are doing so far is actually very smart. Going for a 1-1 split, I think the staying together will make things a little bit more risky for yourself, and also you're making yourself vulnerable to grenades. Megastars also went for a 2-2 split of their own, going for the Resident Encore, and I think the TSM Entity, they know they just can't push over and commit those kills. They have no chance of doing so, otherwise they put themselves in such a worse situation they currently are. Only have an idea on Neo. I mean, Neo is getting scattered out by Paradox with that mini 14.
Wow,
push.
very risky.
Very risky indeed, but Neo just can't fight back because he's going to get sprayed almost instantly, and now they got the high ground. They are fully committing. Paradox, I think, should try and join the fray. But Jonathan trying to push up ground. He does get 1 knockdown on Encore. Can he make the fight happen? Almost out of bullets on the side of Megastars. Another knockdown that's going to be turned into a 2v2 Imperium. TSM Entity are making things happen. Jonathan has to push back a little bit. He's got no more meds. He's got a fight with about 30 HP remaining. That is not going to go well for Jonathan as Vexy gets shut down. And now it's all going to still be in their place. Paradox can go for the spray. Great mini 14 plays from Paradox. Now going to be shifting his focus over to Neo. That res will not be coming out. 1v now 3 as Uncle gets put back on his feet.
Tell you what, whatever happens, TSM Entity has just proven their worth if they hadn't already towards the late stages of the game. But in comes the last kill. In comes the last shot. Megastars come in from the south of Miramar to get the chicken dinner. Nice result, buddy. You gotta look at the kills from TSM Entity. 15 to end these PM World League East scrims.
Megastars. We have the India showdown at the very end there between Megastars and TSM Entity. Some very high level gameplay after the position and a man advantage not quite in favor of TSM Entity. And I gotta say, good control from Megastars. There are a few times where they played really respectfully, but unfortunately it was just not enough for them. The 2v4 clutch was going to be hard, and we all know how good Megastars are, right? That is not going to be an easy clutch to take. And at the end, they did secure the chicken dinner. Congratulations to them. I didn't have time to check the kills. Did they have 11? Did they have the lucky 11 kill number?
No,
we'll have to check it out. They didn't? Ah, goddamn.
They only had 7, but at the end of the day, with the chicken dinner, that's still 27 points, right? When you're looking at it from a competitor. And I was also going to give a shout out to Box Gaming. Coming back with a strong result, 3rd place, only 3 kills, but job done. And Morph Gaming, 4th place and 4 kills. And King of Gamers, 5th place with 2 kills. Every single game, Box have been in the top 8. Do you not realize how consistent that is, and how that, like, in my eyes, coming into the World League East, I'm going to be really keeping my 2 eyes firmly on Box Game.
They feel like King of Gamers club. They've been a team that's like been up there on a pretty consistent. Yeah, both of them, to be honest, they've been doing really consistent performances. So great job from them. That was a fight where TSM Entity were again pressured by no chance. Unfortunately, Clutch God and Zed God both got taken out of that, and then the Neo 1v2 clutch happening That was an absolute insane moment right there. And even without Jonathan, he's like, even though everyone knows that Jonathan has that OP player, but you know what? The rest of the team can hold their own, and that was a great play from him.
Here's the thing, that was the integral part in my eyes for Megastars getting the chicken dinner. That third party onto King of Gamers and Box consistently made a huge difference. It created so much space and meant all they had to do was pretty much, in the end, focus on TSM Entity.
Exactly, then Paradox with the mini 14 shots. Found Neo there and just solo carry the 1v2 versus TSM Entity. And here you go, you got the kills, 5, 6, 7 kills plus that 20 points to 27 points total for Megastars, as you just mentioned, Imperium. Great stuff to close up today's scrim session to prepare for the World League East. It's going to be starting in just about 2 weeks, which is absolutely mental. The level of gameplay is this high, and we're not even that close to getting into the event, so that is absolutely huge.
And see, that's the thing, right? I think that's one core component. I've looked at all these 4 games, and I've genuinely, bar a couple of things, I'm not looking at it going, oh, these are really bad mistakes. Yeah, okay, a couple of engagements were sloppy, but other than that, like the actual gameplay we've seen, it's as expected, incredibly high, forward thinking, a lot of teams playing for the late game, and these are only scrims. These teams aren't playing at their final form, so to speak. I can't wait to see what goes down when the World League East will start.
This isn't my final form. Gonna be evolving every single time. That's an anime reference. I'm not sure. It's fine if you don't.
It is.
Yeah, there you go. It's completely okay. But there you go. So that's gonna be second position for TSM Entity. Got to mention, like 8 kills for Neo. Absolutely huge strong cover performance.
Right?
Fox Gaming in third. Morph in fourth position. And also like Morph also a pretty consistent teams. Like was how they do play throughout their game. So good job from them. And then of course once again is gonna be King of Gamers Club in 5th position. Gonna be going over to our sexy faces once again. We're gonna try our very best to wait a little bit longer to get the overall standings actually updated.
They're updated.
They already updated. Let me update them real quick and we'll check them out. There you go.
Of course, we'll give you an idea what might be happening in the World League East. Who knows? It's going to be a month long of competition pretty much. It is going to be 20 teams in total. We've only seen around 16 of them. So many variables to take into account coming into the World League East. These 4 games certainly can tell a story.
And we got the standings updated. So we're going to take a quick snippet and see which teams will be in #1 position. So your winners for the scrim session of today will be Box Gaming. Look at that kill point system for themselves. Absolute stomper of a performance. 65 points total. TSM Entity in second position with 60 points. Even TSM Entity with 0 chicken dinners, then second.
And also, again, we've seen this from teams in Europe, aggressive teams in Europe. Same kill points as placement points from TSM Entity. Got the highest amount of kill points. Of course, it was helped by 15 kills in that last game alone. So if you do think about it, if you take away that last game, Entity weren't exactly looking like the strongest, right? But and this is the thing about TSM Entity, all it takes is one game and they're back in the mix.
Yeah. That's like they had like a 40-point game in the Gamers That Borders event, and that would just like put them in #1 position for like what the entire like day and a half that we had at the very start of the event. It was absolutely insane. But there you go. That shows once again the consistency not only of TSM Entity but of King of Gamers Club. 0 chicken dinners. Also mentioned it on last game, and not even a chicken dinner this game, right? But they just get consistently some kills through because they got an average of like that would be about 5 kills, 4.5 kills per game, which is still a really good average. And there you go, 60 points total. Great job from them. And yeah, there's not really much to say. Like the teams that we mentioned were consistent, such as Morph, TSM Entity, King of Gamers, and Box Gaming. They're all top 4. I'm not surprised.
And then Megastars, 45 points in total after 4 games. They got 27 of those 45 points in 1 game alone. That's something to take into account. No chance team in 8th place. I do still put them in high hopes coming into the World League East. 8th place, they've been somewhat consistent. Celts showing flurries of absolute greatness. Definitely kind of, I would say, the disappointment in my eyes will be Team Secret. Starting the first game with a chicken dinner, but dropping down to 7th place. Just something to kind of point out, not to be too harsh. But yeah, just like I said, stories can be written. It can be a bit of an indication. Long way to go.
Definitely, there you go. So that's going to be it for the top side of the stand. I'm going to be checking the lower side, even though don't really take this to like face value, because there are some teams that unfortunately joined on the very first part, like RRQ Athena. They had to leave right after, so unfortunately they didn't really show up throughout the entire time. But there you go. That's going to be your end there. We've got a few highlights for you people at home. I'm sure you guys want to go and check out the awesome action that we had happening today. And if you arrived a little bit late, you know, and you do want to recheck this, it's going to be available on YouTube if you're on Twitch, or also Facebook, where actually you can watch the VODs there too. But you might want to try and rewatch a few of these, because this is a very good, like, you know, early taste of what might actually get for, you know, the World League in a few weeks' time.
And yeah, look, you know, let's be a little bit devil's advocate. You know, I know they didn't have, you know, in my opinion, probably their starting roster in my eyes for Godlike, but 14th place, 12 points in 4 games. You level up as well, 15th place, 10 points in 4 games. Big E-Tron, you know, 13th place again. You know, I know, but just to play devil's advocate, could we see similar coming into the World League East?
I hope not. I think that this is also potentially some teams that are trying something different. They don't show up to all the games. So I think that this is just a training ground. Don't take this as like, oh, this is the team that's going to be winning. Like, this is going to be the tournament going over to this or this team because they won the scrim. No, no, no. Also, this is only 4 games, right? You can be consistent over 4 games, but like, over the course of like 21 days of potential broadcast, that is completely different ball game, right? Yeah.
Yeah, ridiculous.
There you go. Now going to be going over the Sanhok game. That was definitely a really interesting matchup, I do have to mention. Nova Godlike also got taken out, unfortunately, in that clip we were just watching right there. And Morph were the one to take the control, because they just waited for the 2 other fight to happen, and then they went for the third party. That's always when you do it. When you have like a 3-team standoff at the very end, you wait for the 2 other teams to take the fight, you go for the third party. That increases your chance drastically of taking the chicken dinner.
As you saw towards the end, TSM in Sanhok put in some work on that prone position. Something about TSM, indeed, I kind of regarded in the past was that they were a team that either got strong results or weak results. And the fact that they ended up in the overall standing so high up with 0 chicken dinners, I know it was only 4 games, but to me, that's an evolution of their gameplay and an evolution of what they can do in these games. So let's see if they can push that forward towards the World League East.
Get involved with No Chance Synergy. Again, a really good opportunity on this one. No, I gotta say that No Chance had a decent opportunity at the start. They kicked that fight in a really good fashion, but unfortunately just lost their footing so quickly. They had no way of making a good performance. Rocks also of Seltzer. I mean, just getting cyberbullied at this point in these games today. Very unfortunate. And another game where, like, no, Nova Godlike, they're just getting pressured very early on. I got the impression they were just struggling in the earlier game and always getting involved in like hot drops. Like, it was in Pachinki, it was this time around in like the main cities in the Martin. Like, definitely, I think that might want to try and review their drops going into the World League.
Yeah, look, you know, they're probably trying different things as well, so a long way to go. One thing that I noticed about No Chance, and I think this is a very strong point coming into the World League East, is when No Chance team are controlling the engagement, they're very dangerous. But when they're having to defend an engagement, I feel like that's where they fall apart. Like, some teams and the better teams can, you know, they can turn that fight around, right? They can defend that engagement. But No Chance team, I worry they can't.
Definitely, there you go. That's the end of the highlights. You checked out some awesome plays right there. Montage-worthy action coming out today was absolutely insane. Let's not forget, that's just a small taste. Scrims, we're also checking out, you know, everything's going nice and smoothly to make sure the experience for the players and also for your viewers at home is going to be as good, as smooth as it possibly can be. Definitely. I gotta say, it was really good. And also, I'm gonna say right there, if you guys have any kind of, like, you know, feedback, anything like that, I think I'm gonna take this as an opportunity. Don't hesitate, reach us out on Instagram, and we would love to try and interact with you guys in the community to know what you guys would enjoy going forward. With that said, Imperium, I don't know if you've got any, like, ending statements for us before we do wrap up this stream.
July the 10th. Start of the World League East. Tune in, support your team. Let's have some fun as well.
Have some fun indeed. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for checking out today's broadcast. My name is Maxman, joined with Imperium, and we'll see you all later for some more insanely good PUBG Mobile competitive action. Don't forget to not be a Pikachu. Bye-bye.